you. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, you're welcome. I can hear
Please,
you.
I'm trying to change my name. I don't know. But this wasn't what it brought yesterday, so I don't know why it's bringing this one again today like this.
So let me allow you change your name.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, my name, I've been able to change the name.
Okay. Papa,
Make me a host, please. I'll be
you
co-host
need to
then.
propose.
Yeah.
What is your anything?
It's your Maureen. She's waiting to join.
Hold on. So that's the 5 minutes to.
Okay.
So yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll jack around.
We're gonna let them custard lọ́wọ́ ni.
The target
Kí lẹ
can
sọ?
communicate on the call. On the call that because of time zone.
Mi gbọ́ yín o.
Target communicate to see Because of time zone.
Someone, I mean, my anything or just I've seen it.
No, it's just to
Eh?
communicate it. There's no problem. Money is just to say it
Oh,
to people.
okay, okay.
And to Kakara. Confirm yourself.
Hey, Lisa,
Confirm that you can hear.
I can hear you, but it's actually breaking.
I said music, music, music. Can you hear the music?
Okay, I can hear the music. But you are breaking
Okay.
whenever you are talking.
I get a lot.
I'm a lot for network community.
Stop. Sit down.
Can you see my screen, please? Can you hear me?
I can see your screen.
Can you see the picture that I'm displaying? Sorry.
What I'm seeing is your folder. I cannot see the picture.
Okay, that's what I want to confirm.
No, I mean, I cannot see the picture. I can see your folder.
Okay. So can you see the picture now?
Okay, now I can. Yes, I can see the picture now.
Okay.
So, YouTube.
My own sharing my screen has stopped the sound. What is it? Ẹjọ́ mo ń bọ̀.
No. Okay, sorry. When you come back, I can see some of the speakers are about to join. So that's the padà, let me know. I can see some people in.
I'm actually here. Mo change the pampers again.
Okay. And then we'll now start having conversation. If you are not ready, let me know.
Okay, I'm here.
10 minutes.
Let me stop sharing.
No, you can leave. Don't stop sharing. No, go back. Share that part.
Ẹ ṣe àwọn pé tí mo bá ti ń share, I won't be able to accept participants bẹ́ẹ̀.
I don't know. I'm saying that. Let me accept.
Good morning,
Okay.
everybody.
Focus on what you're doing. Good morning.
Nice. My own system not loud. Okay. Can we hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So I actually sent her a message when Tosin told me to inform her that she tried to join early because she will be starting after a short introduction. Abby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But since we are live, let's start sharing on our platform that we are live and all of that so that people can start joining. It won't be nice for her to be here.
That's why I've not yet admitted that in.
Yeah, I get. Oh, ma. Yeah, test
So
the
we can
website.
share
You're
Can we
welcome.
share the YouTube link now?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
you
We
can
can
share
share
it.
the Zoom link. I think Zoom link first, or what do you think? I don't know. Which one are we sharing?
Anyone. Any of them, you can share the books.
And then Oriofe was the one that sent that message I forwarded.
Okay.
Because she knows each of them will have their network of people that they've told. So that their people will not join in and then they are not seeing them. Do you understand?
Okay.
So that's why she said we should inform them that some speakers will still be speaking later on and all of that. If you're not singing to you, thank
Okay, can you all hear me?
We can
yeah,
hear
can hear you.
So the other thing is that the moment I accept people in every other conversation that you want to have with me, please send to my WhatsApp. Any conversation we want to have with each other, start sending them to WhatsApp instead. Do you get? Because we can't be having that conversation
All
on
right.
this platform. Why people are
Yeah, it's fine. How many people are in the waiting room?
I have two people now in the waiting room. One is
Now me be the
Sioma.
second. Okay, Chioma. Okay, no be me. I want to off my camera now. Hello. Listen, sure you know you'll be turning on your video.
I'll be turning on my own video.
Yes, your own video.
I mean, my workshop.
Not wash up. You are
I am
Yeah.
hosting an
accepting
event, they
people
will not
in
see your
now.
face.
I am
All right, ma.
Please, oh, is it compulsory? Ah,
you can use a virtual background.
oh, yeah, Elena is currently sitting on my own lap now, and she's not allowing me to put her down.
Mute your mic, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. As we are coming in, and those of us that are here, I'd like us to send a reaction just to see that we are here. I'd love to see our reaction. If you can hear me, please, I'd love to see our reaction. Thank you for coming. Okay, Grace in one below, welcome. Our speakers are here too. If you can hear me, please let me see your reaction. Okay. Arit Balogun, I can hear you. Thank you for confirming. All right. Welcome, everyone. So nice to see you here. We are happy to have you. I can see Tessie, Arit Balogun. Our speakers are here. Iola Oyefeso, Grace Wombilo, Omolola Adewoye, Teresa Ogunbode. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Abiola Abdul Salam, welcome. Please, as you are joining, let me see your reaction. Oh. Let me see your reaction. Okay. Okay. Please, let's wait 2 more minutes to see if people will join us before we proceed. Welcome to Mom in Tech Global. Two more minutes, then we'll start. Adenike Awotunde, thank you for joining us. Please, if you can hear me, let me see a reaction from you. Adenike Awotunde, if you can hear me, please let me see a reaction from you. Okay, we are glad to have you here. Thank you for joining us. All right, now we start. I welcome everyone to Mom in Tech Global 2024. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for keying in into the vision MOMINTECHGLOBAL 2024 is a groundbreaking program designed to empower mothers seeking to transition into the rapidly evolving field of technology. In today's digital age, opportunities in tech are abundant, yet many mothers face unique challenges when pursuing career shifts or advancements in this sector. Our program aims to bridge this gap by providing comprehensive support, resources, and guidance tailored specifically to the need of mothers. At MOMINTECHGLOBAL, women in our community, we have access to a diverse range of resources, including mentorship programs, skill building workshops, networking opportunities, and inspirational talks from successful women in tech. So it's not a mistake that you are here. I know you are here because you want to know more, or even if you are already in it, what else it is that is in it for you. So whether we are complete beginners or seasoned professionals looking to pivot their careers, our program offers something for everyone, from coding boot camps to discussions on work-life balance in tech. We strive to equip mothers with the tools and knowledge they need to thrive in digital landscape. So thank you for joining us. Please, as people are coming in, I'd love to see their reaction. And our speaker is here with us, our first speaker, who will be telling us more about work-life balance. I'll read our bio now. Okay. Please, let's confirm if you can see my screen. Oh. Okay, thank you. Our speaker, Iyola Oyefeso, is a general counsel with 14 plus years of legal, compliance, and transactional experience. Currently, she is the group head of legal services at A&R Investment Group, where she directs the legal team and oversees local and international commercial transactions, such as acquisitions, joint ventures, among others. In addition to her legal expertise, she is also knowledgeable in business finance and has advised on acquisition transactions worth millions of dollars. She is passionate about building the next generation of lawyers. She offers mentorship for younger counsels and younger legal professionals. So please welcome with me Iyola Oyefeso as she takes us through work-life balance. How do we balance working and also being a mom or being or life in general? Please let me see your reaction even as we clap for her in our reactions. Iyola Oyefeso, over to you.
Thank you very much, Oluwatose. Good morning, everyone. It's lovely, lovely to be here. And I'm also very happy to be sharing with you about some of the strategies that I have used in balancing my career and domestic responsibilities. Now, I'm sure all of you would wonder, she's a general counsel, she's a lawyer, what's she doing among women in tech? Well, we have something in common. We're all mothers or aspiring mothers. We probably have homes that we nurture and manage as well. And I'm here to speak to you about how you can be a successful career woman, as well as manage your home in such a way that none of it suffers. So you're thriving in your career, but also your home is not 100% neglected, or is not neglected, or consistently neglected. So having said that, I am going to start by sharing my screen now. Please let me know as soon as you see my screen. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so please let me know if you can see my screen, and I will put it in this mode. I will start as soon as I get confirmation. Thank you. Okay, I can.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Fantastic. Okay, so the topic here is balancing career with domestic responsibilities, achieving harmony in life. I mean, we're all here because we have a career that we're seeking to. I am going to have to move this. My apologies, my screen isn't moving. Okay, so let me escape this. We all have career aspirations, and even though we have career aspirations, we don't want to fail in our domestic responsibilities. My screen is hanging. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to escape from here. I think I'm going to stop sharing. So my apologies. There's something wrong somewhere. Screen again. Okay, so I'm going to use this form of, I wanted to put it on slideshow mode, but it wasn't working. So I'm going to use this of, what's it called, presentation mode, but it wasn't working. So I'm going to use this mode in presenting, and I hope it's fine. I hope you can still see my screen and the wordings are legible. We will start with an introduction. What does it really mean to balance your career with your domestic responsibilities? We'll look at that. We'll move on to looking at understanding some of the challenges that we face as we try to balance our career and our domestic responsibilities, both as mothers, as a wife, and as a friend as well, as a member of a family. Right. And then we'll move on to looking at strategies that can help us achieve work-life balance. And I've listed out a couple of them here that we'll speak about in detail as we proceed through my presentation. Right. And after that, we'll look at a case study. I'll be speaking about one or two of my experiences as I started my career and as I started becoming a mother. And I have been able to handle situations at work so that my family doesn't my domestic responsibilities does not suffer, and I'm still able to thrive at work. Right. So we'll start with an introduction. What really is what do we mean by balancing your career? What does that mean? What does it mean to say you're balancing your career aspirations with your domestic responsibilities? Essentially careers and your domestic responsibilities in such a way that neither is and you are doing all of the work that would enable you reach that goal. While you're doing it, it's important for you to also ensure that your domestic responsibilities do not suffer. Please let me know that you can still hear me, because I can see that there's some network instability from my end. So I just need confirmation that you can hear me. Network is fantastic. A thumbs up will do in the chat section. Fantastic. Okay, so how am I able to achieve career success, right, while ensuring that I do not neglect my family. My children are being cared for properly. The home front is being managed properly, and I'm still able to continue to relate with my friends and family as I should. Now, that is what we mean by balancing your career aspirations with domestic responsibility, being able to manage that. Now, it's not necessary that you will be able to pay equal attention to your career aspirations and your domestic responsibilities. As a matter of fact, in most cases, you don't find that you are able to pay equal attention to the both of them. But what we must ensure is that one does not suffer because we're concentrating too much on one, right? So we shouldn't dominate on an aspect of our life, such as our career, such that the other one, our family life, continuously suffers, right? And we should not, and if you have the aspiration to thrive in your career as well, you shouldn't dominate so much on your domestic responsibilities that every time you are now coming up with excuses. Oh, I had to take my child to the hospital. Oh, I had to do this so I couldn't meet my deadline. Oh, I had to do that so I couldn't deliver on this task, right? You must learn how to manage and balance the two aspects of your life so that both can thrive well, right? And that's what we mean by balancing your career aspirations and domestic responsibilities. And now the question that I want to ask everyone is, how can we man? That's what we need to start thinking about. How can we manage our career goals, those lofty career goals that we have, in such a way that it does not negatively impact our domestic responsibilities and vice versa, right? That's the first step towards, having some sort of balance between your career aspirations and your responsibilities. Now, just before we move further, we should look at, the reason why the importance of balancing our career aspirations with domestic responsibilities. You obviously don't want to imagine a situation where you have crazy, you work long hours, right? You have crazy deadlines. You don't have time for your family. You don't have time to rest. You don't have time to rejuvenate, right? You will definitely have a breakdown, right? You'll have something, you'll be burnt out and you will be stressed. So, one of the advantages of ensuring that while I'm trying to achieve those lofty career aspirations that I have, while I'm trying to be a mom in tech, right? The home front does not suffer, one, and I'm also paying attention to my health as well. I'm paying attention to my health. I'm paying attention to my stress levels. I'm paying attention to relaxation as well, self-care. It's not just about the trying to achieve the career goal. So what are the advantages of ensuring that you have this required balance? It's that you will definitely have good, you have improved physical and mental health. You are not stressed out, you are not burnt out, and you are able to give in your very best. And we'll talk about that as I proceed down, to the next steps. Another advantage or importance of balancing your career aspirations with domestic responsibilities is that it enhances your relationship quality, your relationship with your children, your relationship with your husband, your relationship with your friends, because now you have time to relate with it. It's not all about work. You also make out time, right, to be with your children. You make out time to be with your family, your husband. You make out time to be with your friends. You find time to attend events that you're supposed to attend. It's because the reality about this life is that when you keep, focusing on work, you get to a point where you just feel lonely. You weren't keeping in touch with the friends you were supposed to be keeping in touch with because you felt like you needed to, achieve a goal, or you were just swamped with work. But at some point you feel isolated. So you don't want to be in that situation. What you want to be in, the kind of situation you want to be in, is one where you have good quality relationship. Now we move on to another advantage or importance of balancing our career aspirations, which is job satisfaction. Imagine that you had a fantastic job, right? You feel you are working, you are learning, you are growing, but more importantly, you have time to rest. You find time for family, to sit with your children, to instill the right values with them. You have time to, go to school for special events, to their school for special events, right? You have time to look at their work in school, their education, and, follow and ensure that, they're doing the right thing, they're progressing, they understand what they're being taught in school, and everything in school is going on well. You have the time to do all of that. You will feel fulfilled. You would have a sense of job satisfaction, just being able to do the both. You have it good in both, um, on both aspects on your career and even at the home front. And what does that do for you? It increases your productivity because you are happy. So you want to give it your best. From a company's perspective, right? What that also helps a company do, what that helps a company to achieve is that their turnover rate reduces. Imagine that you're at a job where you feel satisfied, you love what you're doing, you are being productive at work. Will you be looking for another job? Absolutely not. And that's how an organization can also benefit from work-life balance. It reduces turnover and increases loyalty. Who wants to leave an organization that also ensures that I'm able to fulfill my domestic responsibilities, right? And then the last is you just feel a sense of there's a sense of fulfillment that you feel from being able to do so many other things apart from work. So it's just not all about work. It is about also pursuing your hobbies. It is about going on vacations. It is about going on breaks. It is about visiting friends as well. You experience a fuller life. And that's one, I know for certain that that's one thing that I want to experience. Everyone who sits down and they just face their work without experiencing other aspects of their life, sometimes along the way, experience regret as well. Why am I doing all of these things? I didn't experience any other aspect of my life. Why was it just all work that I was doing? I could have been doing something else as well. I could have been enjoying myself. I could have developed relationship with other people and all of that. So yeah, these are the importance of balancing our career aspirations with our domestic responsibility. And I need you guys to see this because I'm sure that a lot of us want to experience this, right? It shouldn't all be about achieving your career goals. May we not get to a point where we feel like, oh, we've gotten all the career and all the degrees, and we're now a director, but okay, we don't have a fantastic relationship with our children. We could have done better in raising them and all of that. Or we don't even have a fantastic relationship with other people as well, our other family members, right? So that's why we need that balance. And that's why that balance is important, right? So I move on to the next slide, understanding the challenges. And I know that I may have touched on a few things while I was speaking during the introduction. As a career woman, as a mom in tech, right? It's possible that you might get a job, right, that would expose you to continuous long hours of work, crazy deadlines, attending meetings all the time, such that you only have time for your work maybe later in the evening, and so you don't even have time for your children. And there might also be those issues about unexpected work trips where you just have to jump up and go. And I know that if you've been in the working environment for quite a while, I'm sure you'd have experienced unexpected work trips, right? Now, when you experience all of these work demands and you do have domestic responsibilities, you have children to care for, you have household to manage, you know that you need to be with your family at certain times. There's a strain that it causes, right? And this is where we talk about imbalance in our career and in our domestic responsibilities. Imagine that you have a job that you don't have any time for your family, right? There's certainly an imbalance. And the imbalance is that you are giving your work so much time that it is at the detriment of your family, right? Or it's at the detriment of your domestic responsibilities. And what would tend to happen as a result of this imbalance is that you get stressed out. You're always working. So you don't have time. You're stressed out, you're burnt out. At some point, you feel you're not productive anymore, and you have strained relationships because you're not keeping relationships with your friends and family. And from a mental perspective, you probably, some people even just dive into depression at this point because they just feel like all I'm doing is work. I don't have time for family. I want to have time for family. So these are the kind of challenges that some of us as career women face. And what we then now need to do is to take a step back, right, and think about strategies that will enable us achieve our career goals, right, and at the same time meet our domestic obligations, such that our domestic obligations do not suffer. And so I'll be speaking about the strategies for achieving work-life balance. I've spoken about the challenges. I've given an introduction on what work-life balance essentially means, right? And the advantage or importance of having, a balance between your career aspirations and your domestic responsibilities. Now we're moving on to the strategies that we can use to achieve work-life balance. The first being, in no particular order anyway, being setting our priorities. What is important to us? Identify what your values are. What is important to me, Iyiola Oyefeso? What, in terms of my career growth, what is important to me? In terms of family, what is important to me? In terms of my personal health, what is important to me? That should be top of mind to every one of us, right? And having looked at that, being able to identify what is important for us, we can then now look at our career goals and our personal goals. I expect that every one of us have our career and personal goals, and there should be one that is achievable and realistic as well, right? And once you are able to determine what is important to you and what your career and personal goals are, it helps you to be able to break down. And then, of course, the next thing you need to do, once you know what your goal is, you then now break down your goals into actions. What are the things that I need to do in order for me to be able to achieve these goals? Those actions become your responsibility, right? Now, what you need to do is to prioritize those responsibilities in accordance to how important they are to you and how urgent they are, right? And in prioritizing it, you also allocate time to them. So when you allocate time to your responsibilities, it speaks to time management, which we would also speak about in the next slide, right? What it helps you do is that you are able to achieve your goals. That thing that is very important to you, because you've broken down your tasks into actionable points and you've allocated time to them, regardless of whether or not you are in the mood to do something, as long as you are following through with your schedule, you will eventually meet your goals. And when you are setting your priority and your responsibilities, understand that it's not just career responsibilities. It's also your personal, your family life responsibilities, your domestic responsibilities as well, right? So on a to-do list, in a day, you can have, you start out your day with your domestic responsibilities. And along the line, you start out with your you go on to your work responsibilities. And towards the end of the day, in the evenings, you can then go back to your domestic responsibilities. Have time slots for all of these things. I'm not saying that this can be, obviously you would have to rejig it as days go by or things change. It doesn't have to be cast on stone. But what is important here is that there's time allocated for every responsibility of yours. Because what that helps you do is to have clarity on what you need to do. And the reality is that sometimes you might not be able to do these things yourself. You can't delegate. We'll get to that point in the next couple of slides. So the first is setting priorities. The next is time management, using time management techniques. And one thing that I know, I'm certain that we all know, is that time management increases productivity. You already have a proper schedule as to what you want to do, right, per time, in terms of your task, in terms of your meetings and all of that, it will certainly increase efficiency. It would increase productivity, and it will reduce stress and burnout because you have a clear understanding of what you want to do. You have it on a calendar. You've planned yourself ahead. You can see all of your to-dos. The ones that you feel that you can do on your own, you take note of it. The ones that you feel that you can't do on your own, you look for people that can support you in achieving those tasks, right? But the important thing to do is to, first of all, even have those task management tools that would enable you to be able to carry out with your responsibilities. And when you hear task management tools, it doesn't have to be anything out of anything major. It could just be your calendar on your computer, on your phone, on Outlook, imputing things that you need to do per time in your calendar, or using a planner. Some people may even want to use apps in order to be able to schedule their tasks and their appointments. That's fine, as long as you have everything well organized. Another thing that you need to do is to allocate specific time blocks to your work and domestic tasks. And I spoke a bit about that earlier in the other slide, right? You can insert, you already know the things that you need to do during the day in terms of work, right? State all of the things that you need to do, time block it, right? I will be reviewing this agreement. I'm speaking from a legal perspective now, because it's very important. I slip it into a time frame, and I ensure that I finish looking at it within that time, right? And then I move on to something else, and I move on to something else. Generally, I found that when you have a to-do list and you time block your task, at the end of the day, you find that you've done almost, if not everything, you've done most of your tasks for the day. And there's that feeling of fulfillment that comes with it. And the task doesn't necessarily have to be only work. It would also be domestic work as well. So you're taking your children to school, you would definitely have to wake up early in the morning. Do you want to set an alarm for that? Have a time for waking them up, for bathing them, for getting them ready for school, for cooking, making breakfast for them, and all of those. Have everything planned out. And then, but I'm still going to speak to the fact that some of these things don't necessarily have to be done by us, because we will burn out, right? Depending on the location you're joining in from. In Nigeria, we have it easy because we can't get domestic staff. We can get drivers. We can take advantage of the school bus and all of that. So it's a lot easier to be able to delegate some of these tasks. But in order for you to ensure that nothing falls through the cracks, you must ensure that you time block all of your tasks so that you know what you're supposed to do at every point in time, so that nothing suffers. Your work doesn't suffer, your domestic responsibility doesn't suffer. Another thing that you can look at in terms of time management is to batch similar tasks. So you know that on Saturday you want to go out for shopping, you want to go and get groceries and all of that. Why don't you not only get groceries, for when you come back home, you can also decide that today is the day that I rearrange my pantry. Today is the day that I clean out my pantry and rearrange it. Today is the day that I clean out my storage devices, my freezers and my fridges, and I rearrange it. That's a task that you've already done. So batching similar tasks together also increases efficiency, right? So I will move on to the next strategy, being open communication, right? It's so important to communicate your workload and your deadlines, and even your family life to an extent, sometimes with your employers and your colleagues. And I said discuss family life because it helps your employers, your line managers, to understand how much you value your family and sometimes what's going on. If it's important, if something is going on at home that might negatively impact the quality of your work or the delivery of your task, you must tell your employers, right? So that they can have a backup plan, or maybe they can just reassign your task to someone else. But it's important to speak to your employers or your line manager. You have work, or you feel that you're swamped with work. Don't just take on all the work and just say, okay, do this. Okay, I'm excited, they're giving me work. Let me start working. You feel overwhelmed, but you are not speaking up. You need to speak up. I'm currently working on this. Which one do you consider more important, or do you consider urgent? that I should work on, so that they know that you are working on something. And so the new task you've given to me can only be worked on when I'm done with this. And this will take me quite a while to finish. So you are managing expectations. Nobody is expecting that you revert within a twinkle of an eye or within the next 1 hour or 2 hours because they've given you work, right? Because you failed to tell them that you had other pressing tasks that they had given to you or someone else had given to you. So you need to manage expectations. You need to speak to them about your workload. You might even need to renegotiate your deadlines. They come to you and they give you a deadline. You can renegotiate and say, oh, can I turn it in at so time because I'm doing XYZ? Or even because I need to take my child to the hospital. How important is it? When would you like to have it? And then they give you a closer time and you're like, oh, I already have a hospital. And this is an example, by the way. I already have an appointment to take my son to the hospital for this time. Can I turn it in at a later time? Right. This is all about communication. You're not keeping quiet and just thinking, oh, how am I going to deal with this? And then you start dropping the ball, and then people start thinking that you are incompetent, right? Just because you have to deal with your domestic responsibilities and it's now negatively impacting your work life, right? There's also that thing about you speaking to your employers if you need to, about flexible working arrangements, which we would also speak to later in more details. Can I resume work later so that I can close maybe 1 hour later as well? You know, can I work from home or can I work from another location? Right. You can have those conversations with your employers. And what this helps you to do is that while you are doing your work, executing your work, trying to build a career, right? Your home front is also not suffering because you are making time to buy her school for her play. You can have a discussion with her. Have that discussion with her and maybe even have a family member attend, right? Attend on your behalf, right? You need help, you need extra hands. You can speak to your husband. Oh, I'm going out. The nanny is not going to be around this on. She's gone on her off. What they call for? Is it off? They call it now. Yeah, she's off duty for the weekend, right? And I need to be at so place at this time. Can you wait with the kids at home while I quickly dash down and come back? It's all about communication, asking for help when you need it, right? Sometimes it could be that you just need to dash down to the spa and back. It's weekend, I've worked so hard, I just need to relax a bit and I'll be back. Or I just need time off. I'm tired. I've worked so hard during the week and I just need that time to myself away from the kids. You can have that discussion with your partner or your husband, and yeah, he can step in while you are away, right? And then I've spoken about managing expectations from all parties, your children, your family, your colleagues, your employers. And there's also that thing about setting boundaries, right? Ensuring that you define your work time and your personal time. And I know of a colleague that when he started um, his job within our organization, he knew to always, as he's speaking to his line manager, he knew to always chip in and talk about how he spends time with his family, how he and his family went to this, here, how. What he tried to do with that is to build in his line manager's mind that I'm a family man and I spend time with my family. So even if his line manager wants to give him work at odd hours or during the weekends, he will think about it very well. It has to be very urgent. It has to be something that really, yeah, that it has to be something that is really urgent. And you will find that he would probably apologize. Oh, I apologize for taking your time, but please, can you do this? And it's not always often that that happens because he's been able to define that, well, yes, I'm an employee within the organization. I'm here to work hard and put in my best, but I also have a family and I want to be able to spend time with my family. And he's been able to do that by just communicating, saying things, he probably didn't even say it directly. He didn't say it in this instance, he didn't even say it directly, but the line manager got the message that he's a family man and he respects that. isn't it? So we'll move on to the next strategy, which is delegation and outsourcing. And I spoke about this a bit when I was talking about the other things. We all should learn to delegate, whether it's at work or it's at home. And I say if possible at work, because I imagine that some people are in their entry level, while others could be managers and senior managers. As managers and senior managers, it's easier to delegate because you have a junior to delegate to. Or if you have a friend that is a colleague on your level, you can speak to the person, can you take on this task for me? Right. But it's important to delegate. And if you are in entry level, what you need to do when you feel that you can't take on a task is to speak to your line manager, giving them the reason why you can't take on that additional task. Oh, I need to be so place. I have additional work or that I'm currently working on. Like I said earlier, are you willing to wait, or should we reassign this to someone else? Speak to them, manage their emotions or manage their expectations. I beg your pardon. Right. And yeah, delegate. When you delegate, you free up time for yourself and you have time to do other things that you possibly would not have had time to do. You have time to do more important tasks, one, and then you also have free time to be able to attend to your domestic responsibilities as well. And in the home front, in Nigeria, we can't have it easy. Like I said earlier, you can have your cleaners come in every now and then. You can have a driver. When you're paying for the school fees, you can pay for a school bus that would drop the kids off in school and bring them back home. So that's off your responsibilities. You can get nannies that can get them ready for school and even sometimes cook their food as well and get them ready for school. All you're doing is supervising, right? Supervising and ensuring that everything is in order. I know people that pay people to go to the market for them. I know women that pay people, other service providers, to go to the market for them, to go and buy groceries and bring it home for them. I know a couple of people that, in fact, I'm sure you've seen a couple of celebrities do that as well. They go to the market, they buy all the groceries for them, they bring it home, they sort it out. So a lot of these things can be delegated. When you delegate these things, you then now have time. You have time to spend with your children. You have time to work in peace. You have time to spend with your friends. You have time to spend with your husband. And generally, you just need to learn to seek support, right? Don't die in silence. Don't keep quiet. Don't take they send you work. And I see people say, learn to say no. But I'm also very diplomatic. When they say learn to say no, what they're trying to say is don't overcommit. Don't take more than you can chew, right? If your line manager brings a task to you that you feel that you cannot do because you already have a lot of work, again, like I said earlier, there's a way that you will speak to him that he will understand and say, oh yeah, I think I should just be assigned this task to someone else. I don't think you'll be able to do it because of the amount of work that you have or because of what you are currently passing through. I'm now not saying that we should not use that. When I say currently passing through, because you can't have domestic issues, right? But I also find that people would come and sometimes even lie about their situations just so that they can avoid work. That's not what I'm preaching here. I believe that as career women who are seeking to raise diligent children, we also must be diligent in our work, right? It's so important to be diligent in wherever it is that you find yourself. So, yeah. So I will be speaking to the next strategy, which is flexibility and remote work. Right. And with this, I mean, in recent times, we've heard a lot about flexible work hours and working remotely. Essentially, what flexible working hours means is your ability to be able to work at different times, not necessarily the traditional working hours. So you can speak to your line manager or your boss and say, oh, I can't resume at 8 o'clock. Can I resume at 9 o'clock or at 10 o'clock? And then resume and then close work later, 2 hours later, right? Or can I work longer hours for 4 days in the week and have a free day on Friday, right? If they allow you to do that within your organization, fantastic. Or some organizations are just even, they're more, particular about the delivery of your work. and that it comes back at the time that they need it, more than the number of hours that you spend physically at work. Working remotely as well is a form of flexible working hours as well, because instead of you having to be able to do is to somewhat blend work and personal life, and blend it in such a way that it doesn't create any form of inefficiency, between the both of them, right? Because I know that earlier I've said set your boundaries in terms of your work tasks and your work life and your domestic responsibilities. But there are some times when you can have work life integration, right? There are some times that I work from home, and while working from home, I'm able to cook. So because I have a housekeeper, they prep up all the things that I need. And then once it's time to cook, I enter the kitchen, pour the ingredients in, right? And when I'm done cooking, right, I have a housekeeper that will clean up and pack all the food. But I've cooked, right? I know you can also, do some sort of work-life integration. An example I gave here was taking work calls while doing light household tasks like cleaning up, tidying up your room. You can't be on a call and you're tidying up your room. So working remotely and flexible working hours enables you to do these kind of things, right? And then we also speak about self-care and personal time. I mentioned this earlier. Oh, self-care is very important. You need to love yourself, right? One thing that I always think about when I do a lot of time when I work is my life is so important to me. My physical health is so important to me. I remind myself of the fact that if I'm not available to do that work, right, someone else will do it. So while I know that I want to do the work well and I want to be there for the organization like I'm supposed to be, I also need to bear in mind that my physical health and my mental health is very important. So I will take all the break that I need to take, use my leave dates if I need to use my leave date, relax, spend time relaxing, spend time doing things that you love to do, pursue interests. Don't let it be all about work, because when you let it be all about work, it will drain you, right? It will drain you out, right? And that's where we start talking about stress and burnout and all of it. You don't want that. You want a balance. So you can just decide that this Saturday, oh, I've worked hard from Monday to Friday. This Saturday, I just want to go somewhere to relax. It might be going to go and visit a friend. It can be going to the spa alone. It can be going out to eat by yourself. It can be just being in your room, closing your door and Netflixing and chilling. There's a way you feel when you relax and you're not thinking about work. You are just relaxing. When you then now start work, you feel rejuvenated, right? So it's very important that self-care is very important, and it's very important that you spend time taking care of yourself and having your personal time. Now, another strategy for achieving work-life balance is certainly leveraging technology. We all know how technology makes life easier for a lot of us and make our tasks even easier, right? In terms of our work life, there are several apps for managing tasks, scheduling meetings, sending you reminders. Another thing that you could also do is to automate tasks that are repetitive, right? So I don't know how it works within your organization, but when emails drop into your box, you will typically send an acknowledgement acknowledging the email. I've seen this email, I'm going to work on it, right? You could make that automated, right? As long as you know that you have access to your email, right? So as long as your computer is opened, the automative, the email just goes out to the person sending the email to you, right? Another thing that you can consider doing is to set up a standing order for your bills in your bank, right? So that you don't have to physically have to pay the bills all the time. You can just, once you receive your salary on a particular date, there might be some recurring bills that you need to pay that can be done via transfer. That makes it easy for you to do, right? Another way that you can leverage technology to make your life easy is to rely on what we're currently using, Zoom, Teams, to do your meetings. Imagine many years ago how we would have conferences and I would have had to physically be at the conference to be able to, to be able to deliver this presentation. But I'm here at home, my children are around, I know they're safe, I know they're fine, right? And, and that makes me even feel loved. It makes me feel, good, just knowing that my house is sorted and I can deliver this presentation from home. Another thing I didn't add here, but it's some form of technology and it helps you to be able to oversee your home. I had, what's it called? What are those things called now? I have one here. Why has that skipped my mind now? CCTV, exactly. CCTV, being able to access your home real time. You're not home, but you can look at your phone and you can know what's going on in your kitchen, with your children in their rooms, and in your sitting room, and whatever part of the house that you have the CCTV in, right? That gives you a level of comfort just knowing that your home is in order, right? While you carry on with your work, right? So that's another tool. And I'm sure there are several other kinds of technology that you can use to make your task, your domestic task easier, and even your work responsibility easier as well, right? So now we'll be going on to case study. And I know that as I spoke, I've said a few things about, the things that some experiences, right? So, but I'll be speaking about myself. I don't know if I said earlier that I've been married for over 12 years. First of all, I've been working for over 15 years as a professional. Now, I've been married for over 12 years and I've had children for at least 10 years. My oldest child is 10. My second child is 6, right? And in all of this, I've been able to manage my career from being a legal associate within a law firm to now heading the legal department of a group of companies in the midst of everything, right? And a lot of the things that I spoke about earlier, the things that I did, right? I started out, when I got married, it was just the both of us. We didn't really have that much responsibilities. I had a few domestic responsibilities, cooking for my husband, cleaning the house. In fact, weekends, I used to get someone to come and clean the house. Because why? I work Monday to Friday. Should I not rest a bit? Right? I oversee what the person, because I didn't think that it was important for me to get a help at the time. It was just two of us. The moment we had children, the moment I had my son, I had to get a housekeeper, right? And so I got a housekeeper, but more importantly, my mom came to stay with me for a year. So that made working easy for me. I was able to concentrate at work because I knew my mom was with my son, right? And that went on for a year. He started creche, and with creche, we leveraged on their after school service as well. My second daughter came, and then I got a proper mature nanny. With that nanny, I was able to travel on work trips without looking back, right? And I would come back while I'm away. She would send me pictures of my children, videos of my children, even without asking her, just to let me know that they're okay, right? And at some point, I even got CCTV so I could tell what was going on in the house, right? From a career perspective, nothing. I was also able to manage my time well. Yes, I had work I was doing, but I was conscious of my me time. I was conscious about, developing relationships and maintaining the relationships I had. I was very conscious about going to my children's school, being present in their life. Even as I traveled and I came back and I did so many things, I would still go for their school play. I would still go for their PTA meetings. I will still study with them during exams. I still do that till tomorrow. I study with them for their cycle tests and their exams. That's standard, right? And some people can even choose to get a lesson teacher if they want to, right? But what has helped me in all of this is that I have a very understanding husband. I have a good support system. I ask for help when I need to ask for help. When I feel overwhelmed at work, I speak to my line manager. When my mom was ill at a time, and it was obvious that I needed to spend time with my mom, oh, I had flexible working hours because I could carry my laptop to the hospital room and be working from the hospital room, and nothing fell through the cracks. There were times when I delegated my work. I felt, okay, I'm not going to be available for this meeting. One of my team members can attend, right? So I did that very well. I was able to balance everything out. There was an interesting thing that happened about 2 years ago. My daughter had a play. She likes it when I'm there. And you know how children can be. They want their parents to be there. They are looking out for their parents. At the end of the play, you would then, come take pictures with your daughter or your son, and then go. There's a sense of happiness that they feel just seeing their parents there, right? And I had planned to go for this event, and my line manager then calls me and says, and my line manager is the GCO by the way, is the number 2 person within the organization. He calls me and he says, oh, we have a meeting at this agency tomorrow by so time. The play was supposed to start around 8:30. He had requested that I be with him at a meeting for 10 o'clock. My first reaction to him was, I'm not going to be able to make it because um, my daughter's play is at so time, but I'm happy to assign this to this person to go with you. I knew he agreed, but I knew he wasn't happy, right? And I know that the reason why he probably agreed was because he's also a parent and he knows how, parents can, please hold on a minute. There's a bit of noise at my background. I apologize. So this is part of being a mother, right? I'm sure you would have seen me yelling at my daughter, even though I muted. Um, they had warned them about this webinar, but as you would have it, you would have children run around, make noise within the house and distract you. So I apologize for that. Right. So as I was saying, I knew that he wasn't happy, but I had assigned the task to one of my one of my team members. So what I did was I didn't tell him. I just went to my daughter's school, spent time with her, attended the play, took pictures with her, did everything, and then dashed down to the agency. I got there. He had given up. He didn't think I was going to be there, but I knew that he really wanted me to be there. So I dashed down there, got to the agency even before him. He was pleasantly surprised to see me the moment he walked in. And I was able to also, attend to his needs, my work needs, while also ensuring that my daughter didn't feel neglected because she needed me to be there. Right. So that's in fact, till tomorrow, I think about the entire scenario and I'm like, that was so fantastic because I was still able to make out time for my daughter. And even when my line manager had given up, right, and didn't think I was going to be there, I showed up and I was still there for him. So there's that ensuring that you balance your career, your work, right, your work life with your domestic life, right? It's so important to find how you can balance it. And I've shared with you guys so many strategies on here that you can use, right? It's not cast on stone, depending on your scenario, right? There are things that, and depending on your priorities, you might feel that, oh, what you really need to do at that point in time is to go for that work meeting and miss that domestic responsibility, but assign someone else who can handle that domestic responsibility for you, right? Well, so what these strategies will help you do is to guide you on the approach that you can choose to utilize in ensuring that you have the right balance so that your family do not feel neglected and, work life is not suffering as well, right? So that will be all from me in terms of, yeah. So I've spoken about the case study. And so having spoken about all of these things, one thing that I want to leave you with today is to tell you that it's so important to maintain that balance in your daily life. That balance is so important because that's what will make you have that fulfilled life you are looking for, right? So having said this, look at the strategies, look at how you can apply to your life and ensure that you maintain that work-life balance that is required of you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to receive your questions now.
Wow, that was such a eye-opening session. Please, let's give our speaker a round of applause with our reaction, or we can drop it in the comments. Thank you so much. We learned about the importance of balancing our career with our work life. We've also learned about the strategies we can use to achieve this. One of them is time management, which is absolutely important. Open communication, delegation, and outsourcing. That one is extremely important because we can't do it all. We are not jack of all trades. So we have to learn to harmonize everything. Please, if we have any questions, we can drop it in the comment section. And we give that a minute. We'll give you a minute for us to drop that in the comment section so our speaker can address the questions. Okay, so Barakat Awoyemi said CCTV.
Yeah.
We have that in our home too. In fact, we have the one which also records voices. It helps to monitor your home when you are not there. Totally agree, which is important. So our speaker has shared with us should I say a widget now on how to go about it so that we'll be calm even while we are away from our kids, having nannies, having CCTV around the house so we can monitor our kids and won't be scared that what is
Absolutely.
Eliana doing at home now? So we know what they are doing. They are reading, they are playing, which is important. Thank you so much, Ma, for your time. I guess someone asked that what if you can't afford a CCTV? How can you monitor your children when you are not with them?
So before I got a CCTV, I just ensured that I had trusted people I could trust. And I have trust issues, to be honest. I don't trust staff 100%. And so up until recently, when my kids are now grown, they're able to make decisions themselves, they're able to speak up. There was always someone at home with them, or maybe I'm lucky to have my mother-in-law in the next flat, right? So sometimes we speak to family. Sometimes when I have to go out, I just tell my husband, oh, I have to go out within this time. Are you able to stay at home with the children? Or can we ask mommy to come and stay with them? There's always that trusted person that, I live with my children. And if you're lucky enough to have a nanny that you trust 100%, fantastic. I used to have a nanny that I trusted 100%. She was family, right? That one, with that person, I could leave my kids at home and even travel, right? But we all know how difficult sometimes it is to have trusted nannies. You have to watch them for a while and all. So yeah, that's how I've been able to manage that.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Ma. This is a session I believe we all need, even as we transition into tech. And for those of us that are already in tech, this is actually a session we all need. Okay, so please let's give our speaker a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming around. We appreciate you, Ma. We appreciate your time. Thank you for your time, Ma.
Thank you very much for having me.
I'm not seeing a reaction, so I'm not seeing a reaction, so ahead. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma, for your time. Thank you, Ma, for your time. All right, quickly, we'll go to our next speaker. Please, let's confirm that we can see my screen. Our next speaker is ready for us, Dr. Ibukun Afolabi. Dr. Ibukun Afolabi. Can we see my screen, please?
Sorry, I think your screen is lagging probably because you're still showing the previous speaker. So probably you want to share.
Wow. Okay, I will have to find out now. Okay, can we see it now? Dr. Ibukun thank you. Ibukun Afolabi is an assistant professor of computer science at Northeastern University, London, bringing over 2 decades of expertise to the academic realm. Prior to her tenure at Northeastern University, London, she held a senior lecturer position at Covenant University, where her illustrious career spanned over 14 years, focusing on teaching and research in computer science. At the forefront of her research interest lies a passion for utilizing text analytics, network analytics, and data analytics to tackle pressing business issues, particularly within the dynamic realm of retail e-commerce. Ibukun's recent publication, Data Science and Analytics for SMEs, stands as a testament to our commitment to empowering small businesses with the tools and techniques necessary for success in today's data-driven landscape. Drawing for extensive academic background and professional acumen, Ibukun has taught a diverse array of courses ranging from introductory computer science to advanced data mining and warehousing. At Northeastern University, London, she continues to inspire and educate future generations of data-driven leaders with a particular focus on courses such as database management systems, and data-driven analytics. So welcome with me, Dr. Ibukun Afolabi, as she takes us through our journey in tech. A round of applause for our speaker, please. I'm not
Thank
seeing
you very much.
All right, thank you, ma. Welcome, ma.
Thank you very much. Please, can I share my screen?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, thank you very much for inviting me to talk today. I see it as a privilege. It's awesome. I've been part of the previous speaker, the presentation, and personally, I've learned a lot as she was teaching. And also, as she was just teaching, I was just like, yes, yeah, that worked for me. That worked for me. So it was really impactful. I just want to say a big thank you to Iyola Oyefeso. That was loaded. Thank you very much. Also, I would like this presentation to be a little bit interactive. I know that I have just 30 minutes and I plan to maximize it. So I want you to type where you're joining from. So I have an idea of the audience I'm speaking to, and also mom of 2, mom of 3, or mom in the making. So just put it in the chat and let's me just have that kind of feedback. So you can just say Nigeria, mom of 3, something like that. So please, let's have that in the chat. Thank you very much. Another thing that I will also say is that I'll try to make the presentation just 20 minutes, and so that I can take questions for 10 minutes. And so if you have any question, even as, thank you very much. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of, okay, mom of 4, wow. Thank you very much. So please, more. Let's have, okay, yeah, Nigeria, mom of 4. Yeah, so it's really wonderful to be here. So I'll just like you, as I'm talking, okay, if any question pops into your mind, just put it in the chat. And then after I take the presentation, I'll use the 10 minutes to address the question. And also, if you can't see me at any point in time, like I'm just on my own or something, just say you're on your own, we can't hear you, that kind of thing. So that would really be nice. So that's the few housekeeping that I want to do. So thank you very much for all the people that responded. Mommy in the making. We don't have a lot of mommy in the making. Okay, yeah. I've seen one mommy in the making. Awesome. So it's great to be here. Thank you very much for the chat. So I think the first speaker has said a lot. That's just the truth. And like I could literally just like take what she has said as a manual, and just even, continue to use it even for my own experience. So I'll just like kind of add to it, and particularly using a kind of let me say practical experience, people's experiences, just to talk to us this morning. So bridging path for women in tech. First of all, as a form of introduction, this chat kind of introduces myself, just like it has been said there. But as I do that introduction, I'll just be dropping like the lessons that I've learned from my journey so far in the data science career. So of course I had my BSc in engineering physics and sharply took a turn for computer science. And the lesson there, okay, for that time, okay, so the years beside that you are looking at just gives an idea of like let me say yeah. So sorry. So the years just gives like an idea of the period of which that's transition or that event happened in my life. So what I can say I learned from changing from engineering physics to computer science for masters is that you should follow your passion. Okay, whatever you're doing, follow your passion. Then also during my PhD, the lesson that I learned is that also make sure that before you do a PhD, check the portfolio of your supervisor. Okay, I'm still going to come back to data science, but I'm just trying to give you my own journey so far, and then I'll talk about different kinds of approach to data science too. So check the portfolio of your supervisor so that you know if he's capable to do the job or not. Yes, and also around 2012, like marriage came into the picture, and I currently have 2 kids. And like we have just said, kids changes the dynamics of things. And you know, especially when for me, children, they're like my first priority. Forget it. It can be like the world's the greatest data scientist, I mean, and your kids are struggling. You can't be happy. And I can't really think I would say that you are successful. So, you have to like succeed in that department too. And also, along the way, I've been mentoring students, MSc, BSc, and even PhD. And so the lesson there is that you should try and invest in the life of others. It's coming back to you. I can't begin to give examples of my students. Some of the students I'm going to be giving you, like using as an example today, there are some of my students that I've invested in and they've come back to bless me in return. So, and also, just like it was said, I've been lecturing and I'm currently lecturing in a university here in the UK. So I've done research, spoken at different events, and I recently launched my book that's in 2022. And then one great lesson I learned from that, launching the book is that don't ever underestimate yourself, because I actually wanted to publish the book in Nigeria before, and like the Holy Spirit just told me, look, just try, outside the country, maybe US or something. And to my greatest surprise, it was like, wow, this is really good stuff. So don't end up or ever underestimate yourself. Yeah. So my key expertise is, like was said, apply text analytics to business. Okay. Data mining to business, basically e-commerce, retail. That's what I love to do. So that is a typical part. Please, if you have any question, you can just drop it in the chat. That's the typical part for me. Okay, there are other data science career paths. For example, maybe you're an undergraduate. These days, you could have like you could study data science in the university as a course, or maybe you could do something like computer science and then go into data analytics. Or maybe you're just a graduate. This is very popular. And some of the examples I'll be talking about, they're actually, drawn from this. So people now go and do data science masters, and then they get a job in data science, and so on and so forth. And then you could be a professional already, maybe in another field, and you are looking into the data science field. Yeah. So these are some of the skills. Okay. So if you're a data scientist joining me, or you're thinking of venturing into the data science space, okay, these are some of the skills that you probably need to build up Okay, so you could either be, that data business person, you don't really want to code, okay, or you could be like the core developer where you have to code a lot. That's the creative developer. You want to, data developer, sorry, or you want to even be the data researcher. So that there's a lot of things to unpack here, but I don't want to spend too much time, just to give us an idea of the skills, the core skills of a data scientist. Also, the top skills for data scientists, okay, there are the skills, like you have soft skills, you have hard skills. So as a data scientist, so if you're looking into becoming a data scientist, you have to be able to know how to think, public speaking, communication, critical thinking, problem solving, and so on and so forth, together with the technical skills. So that's just by way of introducing, the data scientists and what they do and their skills. And we have several learning platforms to build your data science skills, because I wasn't too sure about how to actually approach my presentation today, because I had an idea that there are people looking into, like the data science field that could also want to pick one or two things. And then we now go back to the mom part of the data science. Yeah. So as a data scientist, you can either be like in teaching and research like I am, or you can be in the industry doing great stuffs, or you can actually be in consulting. Sometimes this kind of overlaps, or you can work remotely. Okay, so sometimes this kind of overlaps, so you might want to also see how you can leverage, like, to be in research and still be consulting for industry. That's what I mean. Okay, so and you could also do remote. Well, the previous speaker said a lot about this particular, and interestingly, most data science jobs come as remote. Okay, though we have physical ones, on ground ones, but the good thing about it, being a data scientist as a woman, as a mom, is that you get to pick, remote jobs. You have a pick of remote jobs, unlike other kind of jobs. So, like I said, I'm going to talk from the lessons I learned, perspective. So, one thing I want you to keep in mind as that's if you're working towards being a data scientist, if you're aspiring to be a data scientist, is that you should know that it's kind of challenging, and you constantly have to prove yourself. That's just it, because new things are coming up every day. It's dynamic, it's ever evolving. And also, you need to keep learning. You need to keep learning. You need to keep learning. Like, I'm just going to say it like that. Then you have to be ready to get out of your comfort zone sometimes. Okay. What I mean by that is, like, if you went into data science, for example, you love to code. That's why you went into data science. So you want to be a machine learning engineer. Sometimes you might need to do presentations. That might not be your comfort zone, but you have to do it. Okay. So that's why I said you might need to get out of your comfort zone, because it's kind of multidisciplinary. You need multidisciplinary skills. Somebody be like, okay, I'm a data scientist. What I want to do is just to create visuals and stuff like that. And somebody's telling me that I also have to have an idea of coding. It's multidisciplinary. And the issue with data science is that we get to solve problems in different fields of application. So definitely you will need to understand, like, the domain knowledge, learn the domain knowledge of wherever you're trying to solve the problem. So if you're here on the call and you're looking in that direction, okay, these are things that you should have at the back of your mind, even as you pursue. So, and of course, there's no way out of it. Mathematics and statistics, even if it's the basic knowledge, you are going to need it. And also, as you start the journey, or even if you're already on the journey, you need to be kind to yourself. The previous speaker said something about that, which is very important. You need to be kind to yourself, in the sense that with all that I've listed above, it can throw you into a world of activity, a world of pressure, a world of demand. But when you always take time to think about yourself, what do I need? I need rest. What do I need? I need emotional stability. And you try to get that for yourself. Okay, well, I need a break. I need a vacation. Okay, it actually helps, because, as a data scientist, it's all involving. Whether you're at work or whether you're at home, you're still working. So you need to be able to take care of yourself. I think she has said a lot about that. I don't want to overstress that. And also, never ever give up. And I say this with a reason. I say this with the reason that it is challenging. Sometimes you can get into the middle of, I've interacted with a lot of data scientists working in the field, because apart from just teaching and consulting in data science, I also like to find out how it is with people. I have a series called Conversations with Data Scientists on LinkedIn, my LinkedIn profile, and it has exposed me to learn a lot of what data scientists are going through. And I'll be sharing, few with us quickly in this brief presentation. So I know that sometimes it's demanding and sometimes you can be discouraged, okay, with a volume, like with volume of things that you have to learn, information overload. You've not even started getting your head around typical development, and they're talking about bringing AI into products even as a data scientist. You're not even done with that. They're talking about edge computing, and things just keeps evolving and evolving. So it's challenging. So never give up. Yes, now to the comfort zone that I really, really want to talk about. It's like lessons I learned as a mom in tech, like over the years, given the experience that I just shared with you. First of all, let me just say that for a data scientist, I'm sorry if I'm just talking about data scientists. I think that's my area of concentration, and that's what I've been asked to talk about. So some of them kind of applies to other kind of technology too, but I'm just like talking about data science because that's my AOC. So I'll just like to say, like, typically for data scientists, it's luckily for you anyway, it has a very high work-life balance. So you are cool as a mom or as a woman or as a lady or as a female to try to pursue this career, even though it's demanding, it's demanding, but because of the flexibility, just like the other speaker said, because of the flexibility and because of the fact that you can do remote, even when it's on site, you're not forced, because most of your job, it's about the brain. Like here in the West where I'm currently working, they don't even care whether you spend 24 hours of your day in the office. That's your business. If you cannot deliver what they have asked you to deliver, then you're just wasting their time. So it's more about, and that's how the nature of data science career is. It's more about what you can give. So sometimes, even though it's flexible, you might find yourself working through the night, but at least you're at home, okay? But please let us apply the principles that they taught us in the first session to be able to balance things. But it has a good work-life balance, actually. And this is from surveys, research, and statistics. Yeah. So the lessons that I've learned, okay, first of all, as a mom, okay, working in tech, particularly in the field of data science, is demanding, just like I said, but you need to be able to balance it, okay? Balance things, multitask and multi-process, okay? That has worked for me a lot. So that's why I said, as she was just talking in the first session, I was just like, wow, this is good, thumbs up. Because I've realized that sometimes I would have to be cooking, making my daughter's hair. Imagine, as a data scientist, I still make my daughter's hair, because for now I can't afford to take my daughter out to go and make her hair in London. It's very expensive. So I'll be making the hair, I'll put clothes in the washing machine, and I'm still trying to see how, maybe on the TV I can just be scrolling maybe a part of a kind of training that I've always loved, to take, and I don't have time. I'll just be scrolling it on the TV, and then things are just that way you are able to leverage time. So even if I now have time on my hands along the way in the day, I can now use it to like relax. Okay. So you need to be able to multi-process. So I have about just 3 minutes to go. So always make short and long-term plans. She said something about also in that first session. So we can always go back and check it. I don't want to spend time on that. So it's healthy to make career sacrifices. That is just the truth. I'm not going to sit down and tell you that everything is going to be rosy. Sometimes you might need to like stop your because you need to pay attention to these children. God has given them to you as a gift, and it's very important how you manage their destiny. So you cannot keep like coding all through the night and your children needs attention and things are just falling apart. So sometimes, to be honest, you might want to go on a trip, on a conference trip or something that will develop your career, and you're like, look, I can't do that now because I need to pay attention to my children. So you might need to make career sacrifices. And then you also, this is the part that has to do with the male counterpart, because it's kind of, in tech generally, it's kind of like a male-dominated field. So there's a lot of it's a lot of macho ego stuff showing. The moment you show up on the screen as a lady, you have to extra prove yourself, because they're like, hey, what does this one know? And as it is in Nigeria, I worked in Nigeria for 17 years. I just moved to the UK. It's not up to 2 years. As it is in Nigeria, it's like that here. So it's like the same everywhere. So you have to have a robust emotional intelligence that they were always going to like second guess you. So you have to like prepare for it and be like, well, I don't care what you have to say. Excellence will set me apart. And then you do your job with excellence, and you are good to go. So pick your battles. You can't fight all the battles. What is important to you? Prioritize. Okay, I need to be able to, at this stage of my life, I need to be able to focus on my children and make sure that maybe they are in the tender ages and all that. Okay, I'll have more time for them. I'll probably have to stop working now, or I'll have to pick a remote job or a flexible job that pays less just because of these children. And after they've gotten to a certain stage, then I can start, jumping up and down the place and doing whatever I want to do in my career and stuff. So pick your battles. It's very important for us to know that your children have to succeed, and their destiny is very, very, very important. So I learned a lot of lessons from young female, data scientists, like in the industry. Like from Chigo, she talked about interviews, that when you're going for interviews, make sure that, okay, that you learn from every interview, always ask for feedback. From Chidera, these are some of my project students when I was in school. Now they are big girls, in the data science field. So from Chidera, she said, these days, and that's one thing I said about data science, ever evolving and dynamic. These days, people come with solutions. So she's actually in the field of data science she's in the industry that has to do with consulting. So people come with solutions, asking for their solutions to talk to them, okay, like AI in every solution. Like, how do you do that? I'm a data scientist, for God's sake. But like I said, she can't tell her boss that I don't know anything about that. She has to keep learning, and she has to keep, adding to whatever she has, just to be able to deliver. And then also, Sheung talked about something very important in my conversation with her. She said, look, make sure that whatever you do, whether you are going towards a successful data science career, make sure that you put your own interest out. What do you love? Always do what you love. You're going to spend the rest of your life doing this career for God's sake. So you might as well be in something that you love. So if you're doing your data science, make sure it's applied to the field you love. If you love medicine, apply to medicine, and then you start to trace your career path. Yes, I learned another lesson from a mom. Okay, she's a mom of 3. She's a research, data scientist, in one of these companies, one very important company here in the UK. And I just asked her a question. I just posed the question to her yesterday, and I said, okay, can you tell us 1 or 2 things about what has made you successful? Because for her, she does it all. I don't know how she does it, but she does it all. She works in the industry. She works as a researcher, and her company also does some consulting. And she's a mom of 3, and her children are good. At least she can boast of them. They can be boast of. So you can boast about them. Sorry. And so I'm like, okay, so how do you even manage all these things together? And she was like, first of all, you need to be spiritual, like you need God. And then 2, you need to pick a flexible job. And then you need to be able to multitask. So these things like keep coming up over and over again. Yeah. So finally, I'd just like to briefly talk about positioning for global relevance, as like somebody that is in tech, or somebody that is is in a data science related career, or looking towards it. Internet is the leverage. Okay, with AI, you can actually conquer the world. There's a lot of things that you can do. Even if you can't step out of Nigeria, okay, just make sure that you maximize the use of whatever is available online. And then when you're doing that, when you're trying to pick your trainings to be able to build your career, make sure that you pick trainings that is strategic, particularly as regards alumni benefits. Some of those trainings will position you for good work, opportunity, even in the data science career. So don't just pick any training on any platform. Check out these things. Make sure that you have trainings that have projects, because wherever you're going, I'm talking about global relevance, whether it's in Nigeria or whether it's outside Nigeria, they're going to want to know what you have done, the practical projects that you have done. So the best way, if you don't have anybody that's going to employ you, that for you to get that experience, the best way to get that is on training platforms. And also you need to brand yourself. Like, I don't know how, I can't begin to recount how much LinkedIn has helped me in my career. Even getting this job, that I'm currently doing in the UK, LinkedIn has a lot to play with it, has a lot of part to play with it, because they would always check you out. They would always check you out. They will always see what you have done. So whatever it is that you're doing, that's a very good platform to let people know that this is what you're doing. Even if you don't have any followers or whatever, just put it there. It will be handy one day or the other. So very important. Also build your network. It will help you to get references. So try and connect with people like you are in this conference, just try and attend conferences like this. Follow up later with the person that was in the conference that you think is relevant to you, and it will go a long way. And also you need a mentor. There is a world of information overload out there. So you just need somebody that has gone ahead of you to be able, in that particular field that you're interested in, whatever the tech field, to be able to tell you that this is how you go about it. And it's not all the time that you have to pay for mentors. There are ways to go about it. So you just need to find out and use AI to your advantage. It's very, very important. Instead of saying AI is going to take over my job, AI is going to do this, AI is going to do that, find out how it does those things and how it can actually help you to improve upon the efficiency of whatever it is that you're doing. If it's teaching, use it. If it's coding, if it's developing models, use it. Find out how to use it. Ride on the wings of AI to be an excellent person in whatever it is that you're doing. So that's where I'm going to stop, because I wanted to give some few minutes for questions. At this point, I'll just go to the chat and see if there's any question that I can take. And if you've not typed your question, maybe you didn't hear when I said it last time, I still have about 5 minutes of my time to answer the question. Yeah. So I have a question here. Considering data science is broad, how do I know which of the data science field I should go into, and what career path would I be working towards? Fantastic question. So you are very, very apt. Your question is very, very apt. So it's broad, and that's why I said the very first point to start from is your interest. Because, for example, if I don't like biology, even if I learn the modeling skills, I learn all the algorithms, I learn the techniques, of doing the data science jargons, and I start applying it in biology, I won't have that quest, that zest to keep, pushing for the best and pushing for the best. So first of all, what's your comfort zone? Like me, I like business and I like making a lot of money, okay, from business. So, and I'm not even the kind of person that knows how to market. So I just said, okay, how can I use data science skills to market businesses? And that's what led me into, all these business analytics that I do, in the business domain. So that's where you should start from. So when you have settled that, then you can now start going to platforms that can help you to build the skills in that direction. And that's why I also said you kind of need a mentor, because they can easily recommend, like some courses that will help you. They've gone through it before. For some of my students that are now, in the US, working in big, companies and tech companies like that, most of them, that's what I did for them. Because I've gone through it before, so I'll just tell them, instead of them just going to Coursera and then just picking any random course and paying a lot of money, I'll tell you, do this course. Even if you don't have money, try and look for money and pay and do this course, because I know that it will give them that project experience. And some of them, they used it to pitch, for these jobs that they are doing right now. So that's one of the ways to go about it. Let me see if I have any other question. Okay, food for thought. Yeah, okay. So that's just like you need to be flexible, you need to multitask. Okay, I have another question here that says, what is the difference between data analysis and data science? Okay, to be truthful to you, or to be honest with you, sometimes these terms they just kind of overlap. They just use them, interchangeably. But if you are looking for the formal definition of data analysis, that has to do with you just being like working with numbers, being working with numbers, working with algorithms, and giving giving your solutions, the technical aspects. But for the data science, that one now involves what I just said, together with the communication skills, with the presentation skills, together with how you actually link like inferences. Because, for example, I work with businesses a lot, consult for businesses a lot. They don't care how many neural network you know or how many algorithms that you can flex. What they know, what they want is that, look, my business is in point A in revenue. I want you to help me to move it to point B in revenue with data science, because I've heard that it can do that. So they're always checking the bottom line. They're always checking the return on investment. So as a data scientist, you have the responsibility for the big picture, okay, and how you're going to get the result they want from the whole stuff. So sometimes even as data scientists, you might even employ a data analyst to be able to help you do the dirty work. And then because you know what you're doing, you can now direct it, and then you can direct them and probably direct them. That's my own understanding of the difference. Yeah. So let me see if I have more questions. Okay. So, somebody says, I think the aspect of mentorship is important. It's somehow impossible to get a mentor that can push you, and it's somehow impossible. Okay, no, it's not impossible. Let me just react to that. It's not that it's impossible, but it depends on how you approach these mentors. Okay, so you are busy. I've had people approach me like to mentor them, because one of my joy is to be able to help aspiring data scientists to navigate. But I don't have enough time. So, but the fact that you approach me, I have the eagerness to do it. So I will try and create time. But that time now has to be like flexible. So you have to be customizable, ready to adapt to the time plan or timetable of the mentor, and ready to, at least in the initial, ready to take out whatever they're ready to give you. So if you're, the truth is that mentoring work is beneficial both ways. There's a lot of things I've learned from the people I'm mentoring. So if you're a good mentor, you should be ready to help other people. So if you are able to get in touch with mentors that that are actually passionate about mentoring, they will be able to give you time, but the time might not be much. But you to prepare yourself for mentoring. You don't want to get there. Here's just 10 minutes. Yes, he has just 10 minutes to give you. You don't want to get there and start blabbing. Go straight to the point. And then the person will know that you are serious. Okay. Prepare what you need the person to help you with, even ahead of time, so that the person will know that it's good value for my time. And then you can't get 1 hour of somebody's time. Particularly if they are really like giants up there. So you just ask for 10 minutes. Okay. So it depends on the way you approach it. And there are always there is a way to present your case that it will look as if it's going to be beneficial to that mentor to be able to have time to be able to listen to what you have to say. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's most of the questions, and I think my time is kind of up. So any other thing I needed to react to? Yeah. If there is none. Yeah, someone said, "Are you going to mentor me?" Yeah, fantastic. Just reach out to me and I'll tell you the time that is okay for me for us to talk, and then we can just take it up from there. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm done.
Thank you, Ma, for your time. Please, let's give our speaker a round of applause. We've learned that we should never underestimate ourselves, no matter what, no matter the years it takes or the time we need to invest into it. We should make sure we do not overestimate ourselves. And as mothers, we need to learn to multitask. While you are giving your daughter food, you are making her hair, you are watching the TV together, you are still taking calls from work. We should learn to multitask, and our husbands are also there that we need to attend to. Then we need to be spiritual too. Then we need flexible job, and data science is one of the ways we can have a flexible job. Thank you so much, Ma, for your
You're
time. We
welcome.
appreciate you. Thank you for your time. All right, and we've pasted the link for the social LinkedIn for our lead from our speakers, our first speakers and the second speaker. We can follow them on LinkedIn. We've pasted it in the comment chat. We can follow them, and if we have any questions, we can send a cold mail to them to reach out to them. All right. Thank you, Ma, once again for your time. Quickly, we move on to our third speaker. Yes, if we are ready, please, if we are not tired yet, I want us to give me which reaction now? A laughing emoji, please. I want us to give me a laughing emoji if you are not tired yet. If you can get water on our behalf, please drink water. All right. Moving on to our next speaker now is Grace Unwabilo. Please, yeah, thank you for the reaction. I can see that. Thank you so much for the reaction. All right. Grace, can you see my screen, please? If you can see my screen. All
yes,
right.
I can see your screen.
Thank you. Thank you. Grace Unwabilo, please, I apologize for the pronunciation. Grace is a skilled product manager, training and strategy expert with years of experience in the fintech space. With a passion for creating and implementing innovative business solutions, Grace has established herself as a leader in the industry. She is also a tech educator who is passionate about technology and helping people to get started in tech. Grace has also developed and implemented training programs for the company's sales team for over 1,000 staff, ensuring that they had the necessary knowledge and skills to effectively sell the company's products. As a product training and strategy expert, Grace has a deep understanding of the financial technology industry and a unique ability to identify emerging trends and opportunities. She continues to be a driving force in the industry, helping companies to develop and launch successful products and strategies that meet the needs of customers and drive revenue. Welcome with me, Grace Uwambilo, as she takes us through our days and our transition into tech or staying in tech as a product manager. Grace, over to you.
Thank you so much. Please let me just share my screen.
All right. And please, if we have any questions for our speaker, let's drop them in the comment section while they speak. All right, over to you, Ma.
All right, thank you once again, and thank you to the organizers of this event. And I must say, the last two speakers, they literally have said everything. While listening to them, I was like, wow, what am I going to say again in this presentation? So thank you to the last two speakers. And yes, the correct pronunciation of my surname is Wobilo. So yes, like you rightly mentioned, I currently work as a product manager, and I don't want to take much of our time. So I'll briefly be speaking on the topic, bridging the path for women in tech. So I'd like to first start off with this introduction. So imagine a world where there is an equal amount of diversity and inclusion in terms of making change, building products, and all aspects of life. What do you think the difference would be? You can drop your answer in the comment section. For me, I feel like we're going to create magic, literally, because in our world today, we need that inclusion. And I'm very grateful that we have such platforms like this that is trying to bring to light or is trying to sensitize everyone, women in special, about the tech industry and how you can transition and do great things in the tech industry. So for me, diversity and inclusion is essential in the tech industry because it drives innovation, improve performance generally, And a diverse team is going to lead or is going to bring creative solutions and products that cater to a broader audience. So just imagine a company working on a product that deals with women. Let's take, for example, the women reproductive health, how to try and track your menstrual cycle, fertility rate, and all that. And that company, in how like put it, in the decision-making management team of that company, there is no woman in that company. In the product aspects, the product management, development cycle, technology aspects, and every other thing, there's no woman in that product. It's just like you're building a product without having the core users, or without, there's something we call user feedback and user survey, without having how like it is, without having feedback from the actual users of that product. That is where diversity and inclusion comes into play. So you as a woman, we as women in this award day in our society today, we need to strive to be in this kind of organization, in this kind of territory. Just like the previous speaker mentioned, it's not going to be easy, especially as a woman. You have to prove yourself 10 times more than your male counterpart. But we need to be there because diversity and inclusion is very important and necessary. I just added this slide just to throw more light in showing why we need to be included or why we need to participate in the tech industry. So currently, as of today, or as of May 2024, we just have 26.7% of women in tech-related jobs. And that is really, really low. Like the statistics is really, really low. When I was making my research and trying to put this in place, when I got to see the statistic, I was like, wow, we really need more women in the tech industry. And then for leadership role, we have only about 17% of CEO positions, and then about 8% in CTO position. Then we move on to software engineering, and also for women of color. Why I included women of color? Because I believe this conference, we have more of women in Nigeria, and in the larger world, they consider us women of color. So we are underrepresented in the tech industry. So it's very important. If there's anything that you will take from my session today, is you can actually be in the tech industry and you can make your own little impact. You can change that narrative in your own way. So what is the importance of women in tech, or you as a woman, or you as a mom being in tech? The first thing on my slide is fresh perspective, because like I made mention to the fact of products, the female products, aside the female products in general, I don't want to be biased, but I love to believe that women are special beings and we think differently. Some people might want to say we are emotional, but I don't think we are emotional to that extent. I just feel like instead of just thinking about it in one way, we think about it in different ways, and we try to feel what other people feel more in-depthly. So for women, one of the importance of we being in tech is we bring in a fresh perspective. We bring in unique viewpoints that lead to more innovative solutions and products. So like I mentioned earlier on, there's this thing I like to mention when I talk to people and I talk to different varieties of people. I like to mention that, we have people that just think one way, people that are just very logical. And then we also have people that are both logical. They also apply the human side. They're also empathetic and every other thing. So imagine you bringing a combination of those people together to work on one product. Sorry, I like to use the word product because I deal mainly with products. I manage products. So imagine bringing a combination of people of those different attributes to work on a particular product. So imagine the magic that will happen. Imagine the great or awesome products that you work on or that you build. You build a product that, yes, is very resourceful, and a product that users actually need, a product that is that meets the needs of a user. Looking at it from the marketing aspect, some people will be like, they don't buy a product because they don't have other competitors in the market. They buy a product because that product talks to them, that product touches their pain points. It's just like you having, let me use this popular brands. You have Milo and Bonvita. We have some people that will always stick to Milo because they're just being sentimental about them, because they feel like it's a product that they're already used to and all that. So that is just one aspect or an illustration for that. Then the next is economic growth. Women in tech contribute to economic development and competitiveness. Now, gone are those days where they say a woman's role is just in the kitchen or in her husband's house. Women are far more beyond that. Like, we are not just created to be in one aspect, or we're not designated to be in one aspect of or one aspect of life. We have so much value to offer, and we are like a driving force. We make up a higher percentage of the driving force in a nation. So I believe we as women should play a major role in the different industries, aside tech, other industries that you find yourself in. And then closing the gap. Women in tech roles inspire future generations and help close the gender gap in the industry. When I started my tech journey, I was opportune to work under a female line manager, and up to date, I'm still very grateful for her, because she was like a figure I looked up to in my tech journey. She was, how I put it, she was someone that if I needed to make this, how I put it, she was just that guiding path. So what I'm trying to say here is, you getting into the industry, you are making room for other younger generation to come into the industry, because how I put it, man made laws, and laws are also changed by man. So if one person breaks that stereotype, if we come together and say, oh no, women are underrepresented in this area, we need to do more. We need to bring in more women into this area or into this industry. You're actually opening the path, and you're actually serving as role models to the younger generation, and you're bridging that gap. And it's an awesome thing to do. It's something that is really wonderful to do. And then a balanced team, a gender balanced team make better decisions and create more effective products, like I mentioned earlier before. Then the next thing here is, how can you join the tech movement? How can you be a part of the tech industry? How can you transition into tech? I didn't want to like put this just only on product management, because I believe other people have other areas of interest and other things that they would like to go into in the tech field. But one of the first things I like to say is, tech is very, very broad. And even that career you're actually selecting in tech is also broad. Just like the previous speaker made mention of the fact that data science is broad and every other thing. The same thing, if we are to even break each career, for example, in product management, you have different types of product manager. There are different types of industries that you can work in, and so on. And also in cybersecurity, there are different types. So, but what I will always say is, before you transition into tech, or before you do anything, right, there's something we call research. Let me take you guys to the product aspect. Before we launch a product, or before we push a product out into the market, we try as much as possible to do market research and competitive analysis, where we get to know what is going on in the market, what people are saying about the particular product, or how we can actually gain an edge in the market. So the same thing for you. Before you transition into tech, one of the first things I always advise is, you need to do your research about the tech industry. You need to understand what tech is. You need to ask as much questions as possible, and you need to do your own findings. So one of the key areas, or one of the key things that you can actually do is, while you're researching about tech and you're researching, you can actually streamline your research to, okay, what are the high in demand careers in tech? Or what are the careers in tech that are going to be sustainable in the long run, and so on. So while you do that, then there's something they call self-assessment. You also assess yourself with your, in terms of your current skill set. Some people will be like, I've never worked before, I've never been in any formal structure and all that. I don't think I have the skill set, but I beg to differ. I believe everybody has something that is transferable. It doesn't necessarily have to be hard skill. It can be soft skill that can be used in a different industry. So when I say soft skill, I mean skills that are not necessarily that you need to like learn different techniques on how to use those skills. Soft skills can be as simple as communication. You know how to communicate very well. When you talk, people want to listen and people understand you. You know, communication is two ways. It's not just about you talking, it's also about you listening effectively and listening to understand, not just to respond. And then you also have problem solving. If you're that kind of person that, oh, okay, if anybody brings this kind of problem to me, you try to look for creative ways or ways you can provide solution to that problem, then that's a transferable skill. And to be honest, communication, problem solving, analytical skills, and so on, these are one of the top most sought after skills in the tech industry, because aside the hard skills, you also need soft skills to balance it out. Because if you don't have soft skills, it's going to be difficult for you in the industry because you're going to be dealing with different teams. Take, for example, if you're a product manager, you're going to be working across different there's this word we like to use, cross functional teams. You're going to be collaborating with the design team, the technical team, the sales team, your stakeholders, and so on. So if you don't know how to collaborate, you don't know how to build relationship, you don't know how to communicate effectively, it's going to be like you're talking technical jargons. You're telling them this, a different thing is happening. So back to the research. So once you've done your research and you've done your self-assessment to see the kind of skills that you have and how you can transfer it to the tech industry, then you can actually map it to the different careers and one that actually pique your interest. That is where you have your find your niche. So I also like to state this out here that in tech, we have the coding aspect and the non-coding aspect. So you can choose to delve into the coding career aspect of tech, or you can choose to delve into the non-coding career aspect of tech. Currently, I am in the non-coding career aspect of tech. So you can either be a software engineer, a data scientist in the coding aspect, and so on, or you can actually be a product manager, project manager, UI, UX designer, technical writer, and so on. But the main thing is you need to, first of all, do the basics, the foundation. And then the next is embrace learning. It's very important. And I would like to say that we are in an era whereby everything is made available on the internet. Literally, you can learn anything on the internet. And just like the previous speaker said, try as much as possible to utilize everything, even AIs and so on. Because years back, we didn't even have this high sort of AI, whereby you can actually just use, what's the common AI now that everybody uses, ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, Meta AI. You can simply just type anything and it helps you out and so on. So try as much as possible to leverage these resources that you have right now. You can either, if you're someone that loves to learn, if you're a self-learner, you can actually visit the University of YouTube to learn, or if you're someone that believes more in practical and structured classes, like someone like me, I believe more in practical and structured class because I feel that's the way for me to learn. Because after learning the theoretical aspect, I like to practice what I've learned. So you can actually explore platforms like Coursera, Allison, EDX, and so on. And the good thing about Coursera and Allison and some of these platforms is they put into consideration the fact that not everybody can be financially buoyant to pay for most of the courses they have on their platform. So for Coursera, you can actually apply for financial aid to learn for free or at a subsidized rate. And then Allison, they have a couple of free courses and all that. And also in the Nigerian market, we have great tech, we have great tech education centers that are doing great things and also offer learnings at a subsidized fee. And very important is there's this popular quote that was trending, I think some time ago this year, like it's used in pidgin language, show workings, right? So while you're learning, it's best that you put out what you're learning. You never can tell someone is watching, someone is actually watching, and you can actually get your first gig by what you put out, right? Most times I tell people while you're transitioning, it's not enough for you to say transitioning, I got the certificate. Most recruiters or most employers would always want to know what you can do beyond the certificates that you've gotten on, beyond the certificates that you have. And then very important, you have to network, right? The tech ecosystem is a system that thrives more on collaboration. It's more or less like you get offers just basically because someone said something about you, or someone just shared your portfolio, or someone said, oh, you worked on this app and this product and it's great and all that, or because you just mentioned it to someone randomly. So try as much as possible to network, join tech communities, and try as much as possible to volunteer. I think when my early stage of my tech career, I did a lot of volunteering. I had to take that off my LinkedIn at some point of my resume. I did a lot of volunteer before I even got my first real role as a product manager. I did a lot of volunteer. So you can actually start from there, and it's very important. And then focus on your strengths. I made a post some times ago on one of my social media platforms that tech is not magic, right? Nothing good comes like it doesn't come with a swipe of your fingers. You have to put in the work. You have to be consistent to a fault. So what I'll try to say is most people have this mindset, that this kind of myth that is going around about the tech industry that, oh, it's a quick money making scheme. Yes, you can make a lot of money in the tech industry, but it takes time and consistency. You don't expect, it's just like you seeing someone that has been in the industry for 15 years, 20 years, and you a newbie, you don't expect to be having the same earning power as someone that has been in the industry for so long, or someone that has started for so long. So what I'm trying to say is it takes time. Focus on your strengths, take it one step at a time, and don't be afraid to start small. Like I mentioned earlier, start small, do the foundational things first, and then try as much as possible to work your way through to the top. And then the next is importance of tech education. Why is tech education important? It's more than just learning how to use gadgets. There's this very funny thing. Even till date, when I tell my mom I work as a product manager, or I tell some of my relatives that I work in the tech field, the idea they have is of me working somewhere like in computer village and working on gadgets and trying to repair this and all that. And very funny, one day one of my relatives had the goodness to ask me the question, like, she called me my Igbo name. She was like, Ihoma, when did you learn how to start repairing laptop? Every time you say tech, what is it? I had to sit her down to explain to her what it is, right? Yes, that is another aspect. Maybe that is the hardware aspect of tech, but tech is beyond that. It's beyond knowing how to use gadgets and all that. It's about developing your skills that employers are looking for. It's about using technology to create solutions, to real world and to real life issues, to real life case scenarios. And it empowers you to adapt to change. And you all will agree with me that our times are changing. We are in a digital era. Everything is going at a fast pace. And we as women, we need to follow the changing times. We need to work in line with the way times are changing, the way things are going. So we also need to be a part of this ecosystem. We also need to try as much as possible to adapt to this change and try and innovate our future for the best, or for the better part of it. So yes, okay, yeah, I think this is the final slide I have. I'm trying to stick to the time, so in case there are questions, I can take that down. So the next thing is empowering your minds. Now, the reason why I added this slide, and gratefully the previous speaker already touch this, so I'm not going to speak so much on it. So the reason why I added this slide is, like I mentioned, it's not going to be like we are painting it very rosy. It's easy to transition and every other and all that, especially if you don't have a background, or if there are so many constraints like family, work-life balance, and so on. So what I'm trying to say here is there will be challenges in your journey, in your transition journey. But one of the things I like to mention is one of the key challenge is overcoming the setback of yourself. Well, what I mean by setback of yourself, aside the normal constraints and the normal challenges that you might experience, one major setback is yourself. If you have that mindset that I can't do this, or it is too difficult, already your mindset is limiting you. And even if you want to do it, what this popular verse in the Bible says, the spirit is willing or the flesh is weak. Please, sorry if I got that wrong, but something like that. So if you have that kind of mindset already, it's going to deter your transition journey, or is going to deter you from entering into the tech industry. Because to be honest, right, let me use myself as a senior, as an example. To be honest, I did a lot of things before settling into product management. And now currently I'm also trying to add UI UX design to my product stack, just to gain more leverage in the product space. So using my UI UX design journey, there was a time I spent close to, I'm not kidding, close to 8 hours, because I was trying to learn how to make, okay, I'm currently enrolled in a program, and we have these videos where we learn how to use this design tools and make interactive designs. So there was this particular button I was trying to do, and I was trying to like get the exact effect, the exact scale, the exact number, and everything that the teacher used in doing hers. It took me a lot of time. At some point, I was frustrated. This is because I already have experience so far, but I was frustrated. I had to like close the laptop and say, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this anymore. But I had to just sit myself down and like ask myself, why did I even want to do this in the first place? Why do I want to get into it in the first place? So what I'm trying to say is, you face so many challenges, but try as much as possible to overcome that setback of yourself. And to be honest, I have to just put it out here. The tech industry is one industry that is what's the word? Continuous learning. Learning never stops, because every day, every time, new things are being pushed out, whether in whatsoever field you're in, whether you're in the cybersecurity phase, or industry, or the products industry, new things are being pushed out, new ideas, new ways of doing things and all that. So it's something that you have to continue learning. So if you don't have that at the back of your mind while starting, you might face difficulty or challenges as you go on. So that is one thing that I just wanted out there. And then the future in tech. So the future is undeniably tech driven. Like I mentioned already, we're in a digital area that do a lot of digital stuff that are driven by technology. So by investing in tech education, you're not just learning skills, you are investing in your future, and you can become a leader and innovator in this dynamic field, shaping the world of tomorrow. So thank you all so much for listening to me. At this point, I'm going to end my presentation here. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Grace. Please, a round of applause for our speaker. Let's appreciate her. There's a question here in the comment section. The question is, what is the difference between project manager, product manager, product owner, and product designer?
Wow. Okay. Where should I start from? Thank you for that question. So most times these definitions are always used, or these roles are always used interchangeably. Most times people call product managers, project managers, and all that. So let me start with project managers. So project managers are what's the word? Are people that are just in charge of managing a project in terms of the timelines, in terms of budgets. So let me put it in simpler forms. Project managers project managers manage a project within a specific timeline and a specific budget range. So they are just concerned about you delivering a project with the exact budget that was assigned to that project and within the exact allocated time frame. But product managers are not project managers. They are not considered, they don't think about, they are not bothered about delivering a project within a particular budget or time frame. They are more concerned about the life cycle of a product from ideation to possible decline, right? What I mean is a product manager is in charge of developing a product from start to finish. Now, let's use Instagram, right? And continuous. So Instagram will have like series of product managers working on that product. So they will be in charge of ensuring that this product works according to how we define the requirements or features, and it is pushed to the general public. And after being pushed to the general public, they also manage that product in terms of if there's bugs or anything that needs to be changed. But project managers, they're not really concerned about how you develop your project and all that. What they're concerned about is managing the budget and ensuring that you deliver the project according to the stipulated budget or time frame. I hope I've answered the difference between project managers and product managers. Then for product designers, right? Like I mentioned, product managers are in charge of a product from start to finish. While product designers are, how I put it, they are the creative minds behind the product. They design what your product managers present to them, right? Your product manager has an idea of a product. She has the what's it called? She has the user flow, user stories, everything mapped out, the requirements document and everything. Your product designers, based on what the product manager has given to her, based on requirements of the organization, they try to create a solution that suits that requirement. So your app interface, your app interface, your Instagram interface, your WhatsApp interface, and everything, these were designed by product designers that were now later developed by developers. I hope I'm not confusing you guys here. So anything that has to do with the interface and everything, it's done by the product designers. For product owners, it's just a terminology in product management, right? So in product management, we have product owners, scrum masters, product managers, and every other thing. So product owners are just like an aspect of product management, right? So basically, it's just how I put it, is a subcategory under product management. So you can actually classify them as scrum masters, and my time is up. So they also oversee the product development. Let's just put it at that. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Grace, the one below. We appreciate your time, the time you leave to attend to us. Thank you so much. And I'm very sure that the participant has gained a lot from what you've shared about being a woman in tech, the importance of us being in tech, because we pay attention to details. So please, the LinkedIn link to Grace Warbilow's page has been pasted. We can follow her on LinkedIn, and if we have any other question, we can definitely reach out to her. So Pastor Cecilia, the next speaker will attend to your question. And you said, can someone list the non-coding aspect of tech? And that is because we are bringing a no-code guru up next as our next speaker. So please welcome with me Barakat Awoyemi. Can everyone see my screen, please? Can we see my screen? All right. Barakat Awoyemi, also known as Barakat No Code Guru, is a Google certified UX designer and certified no code developer. She got a, I'm so sorry. She got a university education at the University of London and in the UK, and later attended business school at the HEC Paris in France, where she bagged her MBA in strategic marketing and was the recipient of the HEC Paris Scholarship for Excellence. She is trilingual. She speaks English, French, and Yoruba. Coach Barakat is a co-founder and the CTO at Barola Technologies Limited. She works with startups to bring their apps idea to life and also works with business owners to build the custom software required to seamlessly run their businesses. In addition, she works with startups and businesses to craft their digital marketing strategies and attract customers. So welcome with me, Barakat Awoyemi, as she explained to us, it's not everything that we code in tech. There are some aspects that we don't need to code. So Barakat will be putting us through that. And if we have any questions, we can put them in the comment section. Over to you, Barakat.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm so sorry. My voice is a bit cracked. I'm just recovering from a very, very bad cough. So please just try and bear with me. Thank you. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. Okay. Can I share my screen, please?
Yes, you can.
It's not allowing me. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry, please, just to confirm, what are you seeing on my screen?
How women can lead the
Okay,
next.
great. Okay, all right. Thank you very, very much for the invitation, Madam Teresa, and the Mom in Tech Global Conference team. So today I'll be talking about how women can lead the next tech revolution. And I'd like to emphasize the fact that you don't need to feel that you cannot do it because maybe you did not study anything tech related at the university, or maybe because you don't have any formal education in that area. So I'm going to be emphasizing that a lot during my presentation. So before I start, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Barakat Awoyemi. I'm a Google certified UX designer, certified no-code software developer, a certified digital marketer. I'm a wife, I'm a mom. I've been married for over 13 years now. I got my university education at the University of London in the UK. I graduated with the first class honors, and much later I got my MBA. HOC is what we call it in French, but for English speakers, we call it HEC Paris. I speak English, French, and Yoruba, and I'm a co-founder and the CTO at Barola Technologies Limited. Sorry, I just like to confirm. Can you hear me? Because my voice is a bit cracked.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I'm very passionate about three things. Number one is family life. Number two is tech. And number three is financial empowerment, especially for women. Okay. So during my presentation, I'm going to be talking about why skills matter more today than at any time in history. So while education is good, I'm educated myself, but skills are, in quotes, more important. Of course, that doesn't mean that we should not go to school. We should go to school, but what I'm saying is your skills are what can really prove what you're able to do, right? Because you can have all this education, and at the end of the day, you cannot solve problems. You cannot apply what you've learned, to solving people's problems. So that will just make you irrelevant. So skills are very, very key, right? And I also talk about why you should not feel impaired by your lack of formal education. I met somebody not too long ago who told me that she did not finish her ONT, and she felt that she needed to go back to school to be able to start a career in tech. And while it is not bad to go back to school, I had to explain to her that to do something about her financial situation, she could do the two at the same time. I also talk about how tech has changed my life personally and how it will change yours as well as a woman, how you can earn in US dollars right from your base in Nigeria. And I'll also be talking about how to get started on the journey to financial freedom. Now, before I start talking about this, I want to just, talk about one or two things. One of the reasons I'm very passionate about financial empowerment, especially for women. I have heard so many stories. I'm sure some of you hear them on social media too. One day I was scrolling through my feed and I saw this pastor talking about a woman. The husband was beating her, and after the man will beat her, the man will tell her to go and face naughty corner and raise up her hand. So when this woman later met the pastor, she explained to Handy, and the pastor asked why she had to put up with that for 6 years, because she'd been married for 6 years. And she said because she did not have any money of her own. She said her husband was the one who was even taking care of her parents, right? When you don't have money, even if you are married to, especially when you are married to a man who is not good, you're just going to complicate your life because you have to rely on that person. Now, even if your husband is a good man, having your own money as a woman is also going to help you when it comes to adding value to your family. So it really has nothing to do with, let's even take marriage aside, even though I know we're all moms here, and I'm addressing an audience of married women. But even if you were not married, as an adult, it is your right to make money, right? It is your right to make money. I don't believe that God created anyone to live their lives depending on other people, right? You want to buy tomatoes, you have to call somebody. You want to buy onions, it is not good. And I believe that God has given every one of us what we can use to make money. So that's what I just wanted to say. So this is something I'm very passionate about. I like for women to have their own money, right? So with that said, I'd like to go to my first topic for today. So why skills matter more today than at any other time? Now, the internet is a blessing to humanity. It has removed the borders of commerce. What does that mean? You can sit down in your house in Lagos, Nigeria, and do business with somebody in Australia, somebody you have never met physically. You can do business with them, solve their problem, and get paid without ever seeing them. One day I was it was one of my children's birthdays. So we had just relocated back to Nigeria. So I didn't know how to get cake for my son's birthday. So I was now looking around, and I saw this woman who lives, not too far from where I live. I saw her on Google My Business. She makes cakes. So I just called and I placed the order for the cake, and I made payment for the cake. And 2 days later, my cake was at our estate gate, so I had to, go and pick the cake. But this is somebody that, even up till today, this was some years back. I've never seen this woman. I don't know what she looks like, but I've bought so many cakes from her. That is what the internet has done for us now. Now, when it comes to making money, I always tell people something. Nobody is going to just dash you. How will I explain it? If you approach someone to say you need help, maybe you have a problem in your life, well, you don't have the right to tell the person, give me this amount of money, right? You can't tell somebody, I need help, give me 2 million. You don't have any right to say that. If the person chooses to help you, he's going to help you because he feels like helping you, and it is at his discretion to decide how much money he wants to give you. You don't get to tell people what to give you, okay? Now, the good thing about solving problems for people is you can say, you know what, this is how much money I want to earn in exchange for solving this problem for you, right? So when you offer value to people, you have the right to say, I want to charge so and so amount of money. Now, you and the person can negotiate, but the final price you agree on is something you have to agree to. In other words, the other person cannot just give you any amount he feels like giving you. That is why it is very important for you to have the power to solve people's problems. Because you see, money flows in the direction of value. That is how it is. That is how it was. That is how it is. That is how it will always be. So if you want to be in a position where you can earn money, you have to have value to offer. It is very key. And that value comes in the form of skills. Now, technology has made it so easy to make money. And a lot of people say to me, I don't know how to code. I don't want to learn how to code. Well, you don't need to learn how to code. And I'm talking more about that during this presentation. So I want you to look at it, as I go through this discussion, right? Through the eyes of you being in a position to solve people's problems. It's as simple as that. I have a client. I live in Lagos, Nigeria. My client is based in Coventry, in the UK. How did we meet? I have never seen him. He has never seen me. He saw my ad on Instagram, and he sent me a message and said, when I saw your ad, I felt you were talking to me, right? So he called me immediately, and he paid me 1.5 million naira that same day for what he wanted me to do for him. As I'm still talking to you today, I've never seen him. I've delivered the project to him. He has referred other clients to me. That is what, now this man now, somebody I don't know from anywhere, is it possible for me to go to a stranger and say, come and give me 1.5 million? No. But he paid the money because I was going to solve a problem for him. And the internet made it possible. Because think about it, how is it possible for me to sit down in my house in Lagos, Nigeria, and somebody in Coventry is calling me to solve a problem for him? The internet has removed the borders of commerce, regardless of where you are. Once you have the skill, you can solve people's problems and get paid, right? So, now, another thing I want to say to you is this. I don't want you to have the mentality of, I didn't study tech, or I don't know anything about tech, or maybe I didn't school abroad, or maybe I don't know this. Look, you don't need to school abroad. I have a friend who did not even finish his university education, and is making good money from tech. So please, I want you to take that, what's it called now? That limitation away from your mind. You see, the greatest power you have is the power of your mind. Your success in life, okay, starts from your mind. Your mentality matters a lot. So whatever you think is a disadvantage because you think that thing is going to stop you. You are the one that is giving things the power to stop you. You have a lot of power, more than you can ever imagine. So please get that mentality of your mind, that you cannot launch a career in tech because you don't have a formal education. Like our previous speakers have mentioned, I mean, come on, there are so many courses online that you can take, that you can learn from, and you can start to develop, skills from. So that's one thing that I want to say. Now, for even those who went to school, right? Many of us did not study something tech. For example, I did not study software development at the university. Even though I did coding in school, I learned coding in school and all that, but I did not study it as the course I went to study at the university, right? But it is up to you to be determined, to be consistent, to have a solutions mindset, okay? So once you have all of this in place, then you can now put yourself in a situation where you can build solutions for people. Now, I told somebody not too long ago that when I met my husband 15 years ago, there was no WhatsApp, right? So back in those days, he and I would talk by SMS when I was at work. And sometimes I want to send a picture just to show my mood. And then I'll have to go into my email, take a picture, then scan it. So many, many times it got too much for me. I'll just send an SMS. Now, look at what WhatsApp is doing for us now. Look at what WhatsApp is doing for us. I can send as many pictures as I want by WhatsApp, but there was no WhatsApp then. WhatsApp has made communication much easier, okay? You can relate with people more easily. When I was at the university in England many years ago, anytime I called my parents back home, I used a calling card. Back in those days, it is calling cards you buy to call home. Now, what's the meaning of that? Just go on WhatsApp and make a video call. You're not spending money. That is what technology has done. So technology is always making our lives easier. And the same applies to app development, right? In the past, you needed to know how to code to develop apps. Well, with technological advancement, we now have no code. And with no code, you can build apps, even if you cannot code. You can build apps without writing a single line of code. But I'll talk more about how that works soon. So I want to share my story with you about how I got started with the no-code space, right? So, so I studied chemical engineering, and like I said, we used coding a lot then. So that's when I learned how to code. Now, years later, when I got married, and my husband and I are into real estate development, right? So we had challenges at a point because, as our portfolio increased, it became a headache to manage tenants. Property managers were taking advantage of us. And sometimes it was confusing to know which tenant's rent is due, which one is not due, and all that. So I knew that I needed to build a solution. But I was doing my MBA in France at that time, and I could not, start building solution the way I knew to build it. So one time we had a project in school then. We used a programming language called R to do a marketing analytics project. So when I went to submit my project, I saw one of my friends, my Italian friends, who was very angry and said, we spent too much time on this project. We could have used no code. So I thought to myself, which one is no code again? So he told me that we can, build a product without using code. I'd never heard about it. So I went to my room that night and I went to research it. And I discovered that this guy was, saying the truth. There was actually something like using no code to build apps. So I decided, okay, let me use no code to build this solution that we needed for our real estate business. So since I knew how to code, I assumed that if it's no code, then it's going to be so easy. And I discovered I could not do anything. So I had to go and learn how to use no code to build apps. And I discovered that even though you're not coding, you still have to apply programming skills, right? There's still programming involved where you think about your conditionals, loops, etc., database structure, all those things you do in coding you do. But the only difference between the code and no code is that the no code platform has already been built with code. So your own is just to go there and do your programming. So yeah, that's how I really got into this no code space. And I discovered that it was easier, it was faster to build products from scratch using no code. Now, as a woman, you don't need to know how to code to earn in US dollars from Nigeria. Even if it's not US dollars, any currency you want, even if it is Naira, you can build apps for people without needing to know how to code. Now, apart from building apps, there are other no-code careers in tech, like our previous speaker rightly mentioned. For example, UX design does not require code, right? Digital marketing is a tech skill. Also, it's one of the tech skills that can qualify you for a the UK Tech Talent Visa. Digital marketing is recognized as a tech skill. So these are some of the skills that you can learn, skills that will get you clients from abroad. Now, these skills are very important because startups need them. So a startup, for example, will always need an app, right, to launch out. Business owners need custom software to launch out. Now, before you build these apps, you need UX designers, right, who are going to design what the product is going to look like. You need digital marketers who are going to help you to get customers, to get subscribers. Because you see, building the app is one thing, having subscribers is another, okay? Now, the advantage that you have when you are based in Africa is that, let me give an example. So if somebody from abroad wants to build an app, somebody in the US might charge maybe 10,000 US dollars to build the app. Somebody from Africa might charge maybe 5K, 4K. Now, it's a win-win because the person looking to hire you is saving money, okay? And you, because of the exchange rate, you feel that the 4K is, the 4K is still okay for you. So as long as you have your skills and you know how to position yourself, you will get clients like this. And like I mentioned before, you don't need to learn how to code to achieve this. Because let's be honest, not everybody can learn how to code. Coding is not an easy thing to learn. Okay, so you can still enjoy all the goodies that tech will afford you without necessarily, knowing how to code. Now that I've said all of this, the question now is, how can you get started? Maybe learning any of these skills or, building a career in tech without needing to learn how to code. Now, the first thing is you have to be sure that you want to learn this. Because I have met people who will come to me and say, I want to learn. By the time they start, they've read about something else again. Some of them will say they've read about crypto. It's crypto they want to do now. So they are not really focused. As they are learning the crypto, they are saying they want to go and learn Forex. So you need to be determined. You need to be determined. I read a quote somewhere during this week, and the quote was saying something like, it is not your intelligence that makes you stand out. It's your ability to stay consistent. Because most people don't know how to stay consistent. They want to try something today, drop it today, and tomorrow they want to do something else. Next tomorrow, they want to do something else. If you do that, you're just catching your energy and you will not get any valuable results from what you want to do, okay? So you need to make up your mind if this is something you really want to do. And you also need to make up your mind that you are going to put your all into it. I think one of the speakers said something about how, this thing takes a process. You can't start today, for example, and tomorrow you want to become an expert. It doesn't work that way. Okay, good things take time. Good things take time. So you need to be sure that you really want to do this. Now, for you to have a taste of if you really want to do this, I would suggest you go online, register for maybe small courses. Maybe if you want to do UX, for example, you might want to look for a course that doesn't really go into too much, depth, but maybe just the elementary stages. So you have a feel for what it's all about to decide if this is what you want to do. Okay. So I usually advise that you do this for, the different aspects that you might be interested in, to really be sure that, okay, this is something that I think I might want to do. And then when you try these, small courses, and you can compare the different ones, okay, the different skills, then you can now decide, okay, maybe I want to go for UX design, or maybe, okay, I want to go for no code app development, or maybe it is, technical writing I want to go for, or digital marketing. You have an idea of what you really want to specialize in. Okay. So that is, so once you've made up your mind, then you can now go deeper to learn. Now, one mistake I see people making is they are looking for free things. Now, of course, there are free courses online that you can explore, but sometimes some things might be difficult for you to understand on your own, and you might want to explore going for paid courses. Okay, paid courses that can give you some, personal one-on-one leverage. So I would suggest that, okay, as you try to develop your skills and to deepen your understanding of whatever it is that you've decided to do. So let me just talk briefly about no-code app development, because this is what I do. So so with no-code app development, like I said, it's a technological advancement in app development, okay, which does not require you to write lines of code for you to build an app. And something people usually ask me is this: will a no-code platform scale as my business grows? The answer is yes, it will scale. It will scale. There is a company in the US called Dividend Finance. It's one of the biggest fintech companies now. They built their app with no code. I can give you so many examples of apps that have been built with no code. That's even a fintech platform. They've done over $1 billion in transactions. Now, no code platforms were built with code. Anything that a coded platform can do, a no code platform can do. Okay. Of course, there are some skills that have to go into the app development, to ensure that the app scales, it does not start running slow, and all of that. But if you think that no code cannot scale, you've believed a very big lie. No code apps can scale. Many of them were built with Java. Okay. Also, your no code apps can be visually appealing. They can be scalable, like I said. They can grow with your business as your business grows. Now, another thing is, so many businesses have so many softwares that they use, right, to run their businesses. So they have software one they pay for every month, software two, software three. So no code also helps businesses to build custom software. So you have everything you need in one place, right, that you can use for your internal processes. So not only startups use no code to launch their apps, even businesses use they use no code to build the apps that they need. Okay. Another good thing is you can integrate AI to build any kind of product. Any kind of product. One of my children built an app not too long ago. The app, what it does is that when you type something, maybe you type a godly virtue like patience, for example, it will generate a story that children can read that will teach them why patience is good. The purpose of the app is to teach children godly stories, to teach them moral virtues. So if you put something about patience, to give you a story. If you type something in about, being hardworking, you will bring out a story. He did that with no code and AI. So no code has democratized app development. When you know how to build apps this way, even if you have a startup idea, you can sit down on your own to build your app. You can build your app. That's going to save you money, especially when you're trying to launch your startup. I know I have a client now. The man, he lives in Kenya. So there's a program that I do in my company where we coach startup founders to build their apps by themselves. This man had hired 2 developers before coming to us. Okay, so the first time you hire them, they'll build the app, they'll ask for more money. By the end of the day, he doesn't have any money left to now push the app out there. Sometimes when he wants them to make adjustments to the app, they ask for more money. So he decided to just come and learn how to do it on his own. That is an example of what you will be saving yourself when you know how to build an app. You can launch your app out there, right? Test product market fit, iterate also, and grow your app without needing to hire an external developer. So there's a lot you can do with this skill. So I want to encourage every woman listening to me today. It is good to be a wife. It is good to be a mom. But I also want you to think about something. I don't think you want to look back at the end of your life and wonder what you did, apart from being a wife and being a mom. When you are successful in your own right, even your husband and your children will be very proud of you. You can be financially independent. You can add value to others, starting from your household. You can be a blessing to others. It also boosts your self-esteem, knowing that you are solving people's problems, that you have a skill that you can offer to solve people's problems, to address their pain points. So please, like our first speaker, I learned a lot from what she taught us this morning about how you can balance it all. It is very, very possible. In my home, I have about 4 people who work in my house, because I cannot be the one sweeping the house, mopping and doing all those things. And I want to build a business. It is not realistic. It always helps to get help. Our children, they have lesson teachers who help them. Even though my husband and I also get involved, but we have help. Please try and get help so you can build your life too. It is very, very helpful to have money. Everything is not money, but you don't want a case where you can't even point to anything that you are doing with your own life. So please, to all the moms in the house, God will continue to help us. But it is something we can do. You can build a good career, you can make good money, and your marriage doesn't have to suffer because of it. Your relationship with your children also doesn't have to suffer because of it. Imagine a friend coming to you. Maybe your friend has a financial problem. Do you want to have to go to your husband every single time? Or maybe you want to do something for your parents. Do you want to have to go and ask your husband? So I want us to really think and be motivated to develop ourselves and to build very good careers. And my personal belief is that tech is one of the best ways to build a profitable career, a career that will do you good and put good money in your pocket. So thank you very much. I think I've spoken for 24 minutes or so. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have any questions for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Ma, for your time. Thank you. Someone asked that if she can get a list of no code jobs. I think the person asked earlier.
A list of no code jobs?
No coding aspect of tech. Yeah.
Okay, well, she can go on Google. I'm sure she will see, she will see it all there. Everything is on Google, really. I've shared some, yes, but she can also do some more research on Google.
Especially in tech, we have to be, they will say Google is your friend. That is what tech is for. We have to be on Google searching for different things. And we've come to learn that it is not your intelligence that makes you stand out. It is your ability to be consistent. We need to be consistent. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate the fact that you taught us that it is not only coding in tech, but we have other aspects, like cryptocurrency, other aspects that we can dive in that we will earn in US dollar. And we need to have value in order for us to get a job. Thank you so much. So we have like 5 minutes break now where we can grab drinks, where we can eat snacks, stuff like that before we go to our next speaker. We are trying to bind our time so we won't waste the remaining times of the day. We still have like 3-4 more speakers to go. So that is and we also have a during this break, which is 5 minutes time, there is a quiz for us to work on, which will be displayed now. So we can answer the questions while we are taking the drink and everything like that. So the game is on. We can answer the questions. It's part of what we've learned so far. So please, let's click on the questions, please. Let's click the answers. Our time is going, it's just 6 questions based on what we've learned so far. Okay. Number 6, we asked of the name of our second speaker. Hey. Have we been listening? Okay. Let's keep it coming, please. Let's keep it coming. Which of the speakers spoke on balancing career with domestic responsibility? Okay. And Madam Barakat Awoyemi, there's a question for you in the comment section. The person said, "Thank you very much for your time, ma. Please, I am currently learning to be a front-end developer, but listening to you speak about no code seems fascinating. Are you open to taking up mentee in this aspect?"
Okay, I'll send a reply to the person. I'm just seeing it now.
All right. Thank you, ma. So please let them keep coming in. The answers to the quiz the answers to the quiz. Hey, okay. Okay. 2 more minutes to go. Two more minutes to go. All right. Pastor Cecilia, you know you scored 5/6 already. Okay, let's keep it coming. One more minute. And when did Nigeria gain independence? Of course, this one. As a Nigerian, we can't afford to miss this one. We can't afford to miss this. Then anyone can be in tech. Is that true or false? That's the truth. Then who is the first female to be in tech? Okay, someone pick Catherine Johnson. That's wrong. The first female to be in tech is Ada Lovelace. And I will ask, I love to ask everyone to read up about her. Ada Lovelace, she's a true inspiration. Then which of the speakers spoke on balancing career with domestic responsibilities, achieving harmony? Yeah, we all got it. Madam Iyola Oyefeso. Then which of these is not a strategy to achieve work-life balance? That is, of course, launching a business is not part of it. Then the name of our second speaker is, many of us have not been listening. No. It is not Madam Grace, it is Madam Ibukun Afolabi, Dr. Ibukun Afolabi, who took us about data science. She's our second speaker. All right. The game period is up. The next on our agenda now, as we move quickly, is a short address from our keynote speaker. A short address from our keynote speaker as she tells us more about MOMINTECHGLOBAL, what the community is about, and what we need to know. What we need to know about it, and if we need any mentorship, of course, she will be the one to tell us about that one. So over to you, Teresa Oyebode.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good day, everybody. Please let's confirm that we can hear me and also see my screen.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen.
Let me see if I can some of my video as well. Okay. Fine. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. So, like she said, it's just going to be like a brief introduction on what the program is about, the community is about, and all of that. But before I go on, I will like to appreciate everyone that's spoken so far. Like, it's not easy to bring people out of their busy schedule and they come in to, speak, take their time and speak and hope. So I'm very grateful to everybody that's spoken and that will still speak. We still have amazing speakers that will speak on AI research and being an AI research engineer, cybersecurity, and all of that. So I'm very grateful to you for accepting our invitation. So my name is Teresa Oyebode, and as a matter of introduction, what I have here for us, I'll give a brief introduction about the program, myself and all, and then the idea behind MOMINTECHGLOBAL, and also the power of collaboration, and then I will talk about the God factor, which has been something that has been helpful to me personally. So introduction, who am I? My name is Teresa Oyebode, like I've said. I'm actually in a clinical research organization, which I know is not very common because when I posted the flyer some days ago, somebody asked me, which one is clinical program I again know? But yeah, I know it's not your regular web developer, mobile developer, data developer, and all. But I'm not part of the speakers who are talking about transitioning into tech. But I will just tell you briefly what I do. I work in a clinical research organization. If you have heard of clinical trials all those drugs you take, the medical equipment, they undergo clinical trial before they are released out there for you to use or for you to take as medication or use as medical equipment. So I work in that field as a programmer, a data programmer, so to speak, right? I work in analyzing, creating reports, generating reports, and similar things like that generally. And naturally, if I'm not doing clinical programming, I'm actually a Python programmer, right? I'm also a technical tutor. I'm a Python programmer. I use Python for a lot of things, including web development. So I have websites that are built using Python. I know it will surprise some people, but of course you have to have basic knowledge of HTML, CSS, and all of those stuff, right? But Python is the main tool which can be used as a full stack language. Actually, I personally use a framework called Django. Yeah, so that's briefly, yeah, about me. I'm also a married woman, married to one man, handsome man, and I have a beautiful daughter. So I think everything they've been saying since morning, I can actually also relate, even though I don't have the same year of experience as most of our speakers have spoken earlier. But I think I can also feel your pain or your concern a bit as a mother in tech or as a woman in tech also. So I actually have passion. I'm passionate about helping women in their career path, building a career path, especially in tech, actually. So I won't lie, I don't know much about other fields, but if you want to be in tech, you want to transition into tech, that's my passion. And that passion is actually what brought about this program in the first place. So what is the concept behind MOMINTECHGLOBAL? So the concept is that there are women. When the idea was conceived initially, it was targeted towards mothers, right? Or wives. So we targeted mothers and wives. So the idea is a lot of people, they got married, they stay at home, they no longer work. It's always the men working and the women staying at home. They start raising children. Their chances of getting employment start reducing. Do you understand? So most time when they are done, in quotes, raising children, to come back and gather themselves together and secure a job can actually be something very serious. But one thing I know, and from our previous speakers, is the fact that tech is actually a very wide and also flexible industry where you can actually have something to do, whether you were formally or whether you study computer science or you don't study computer science. So there's always something for you in tech. So the idea was that we should help women, wherever department, whatever thing they studied in school, whatever degree they have, whatever years of experience they have, or they don't even have any years of experience at all, we should help them transition into the world of tech. And that's why you have many speakers speaking on different areas of tech, where they are currently in data science, AI, cybersecurity, machine learning, and also the no code that you just finished listening to right now. So you can also be in tech even if you don't know how to code or you don't want to learn how to code. But of course, you also have to understand the general structure of how a program or how an app should work and all of that. So the idea is to help women by organizing programs like this, offering trainings, giving recommendations, job recommendations also. So you can follow us on our social media platform, right, to be able to get in touch and be a part of this community so that anything we bring up, you are actually part of the first set of people to receive it. So I'm going to talk next on the power of collaboration. So when I initially conceived this idea, I was actually running by myself, right? But I remember that I have an amazing person who is also a woman in tech, Komolola. So I had to reach out to her, and she actually flowed with the idea. And everything you see today it's not myself that actually bring everything together. We work together as a team. And of course, Oluwatosin, who has been our host for today, she also came on board and gave her own opinion and idea. And that's why we are able to have what we have today. So I want to encourage us, whatever idea that you have in your mind, there's something that the Bible said about one chasing 1,000 and two 10,000. So that means you can do something better. And like one of our speakers said, in this world of tech, or even in industry generally, there is this bias, right, where women are, should I say, less favored in quotes, because in terms of payments, there is bias, there is imbalance. In terms of job application or even promotion in the office, do you understand? There is that gender imbalance that we know, and it is obvious. Some of us have experienced it directly, but some, maybe you are lucky to be in an organization where none of that has happened before. But I believe a lot of people can actually relate to this gender bias. So what if we have more women coming out and not saying, oh, I won't do anything, my own is, I'll just, you can, it's actually your choice to choose to maybe raise your children or say not to follow any career path, be an oga wife, and all of those things that we see on social media, right? But it would be better if a lot of us come out. There's this thing about training an algorithm. Imagine when Zoom first came some years back, maybe 2020, when we first started using Zoom a lot. Imagine as a Black person that I'm in a Zoom meeting like this, it's probably would have cut half of my head or my face off, right? And what is the reason for that? Because when they train their own algorithm or their system, right, they train with a lot of white people. Do you understand? So it could not understand a strange data in Black complexion coming. Do you understand? So it could not, you will see that when you see white people in the same meeting with you, their full body structure is captured, but your hand is either missing, your leg is missing, and all of that. But I believe it's actually much better now. So I want to use that to relate to the fact that if we are complaining about gender imbalance at our place of works or even in industry generally, you as a person have to be the first solution to think of. If you don't stand up, you are not giving chances to other people coming behind you to be able to stand or even have a grant or have an opportunity as well. So your ability to come out of your comfort zone, your ability to build a career, your ability to stand to get to the top of a career will put you in a good space and spot to make right decision, so that you are making decision that favors everybody, even not just women alone. Do you understand? And if there is a decision that is going to make women, maybe they are talking about 3 months maternity leave, 6 month maternity leave, if you are there at a maybe in a place where they are making decision, you will easily be able to influence that decision. So we should build our career. Don't settle for less as a woman. There is nothing good about not building a career. Of course, if you don't want to be a career woman, also I'm not generalizing this, just my little advice. So let me talk briefly about the God factor, really. So I have a story. Some years back, coming from finishing from university, I've always had this mind to help people see themselves differently, come out of your comfort zone and do something, build career, build life, and all of that. So I decided to organize a program in my alma mater then. So I reached out to the school authority and they gave me 1 hour. So my mind, I was not going to be a speaker, right? So we invited somebody to speak to them on leadership. So they've already gathered the students in the class, only for us to wait, and we could not see the speaker who was the guest speaker to speak that day. So I remember a day before that, I went to church just to have a quiet time. So I was just praying, and I literally could feel that God wanted me to stand up and stop praying and start writing. Stand up, stop praying, and start writing. So I started researching about leadership. Hopefully, it helped me because I was actually reading a book at that time about leadership also. So I started doing different research, did a good write-up about leadership. Still in my mind, I didn't know what was going to happen the next day. I didn't know the speaker would not show up on time and all of that. So I wrote it, put it on my laptop, put it on my phone. I got to the place, the speaker did not show up. I had to take the mic. You know, it's a secondary school and they can start shouting and all of that. So I took the mic and I started talking based on what I've researched a day before. And by the time I was done, they clapped, they appreciated it, they asked questions and all of that. And by the time I was dropping the mic, the guest speaker walked into the auditorium. So imagine I've not received that instruction to stand up and start writing. So that's the place of whatever assignment that you have. There's this thing that people say now that you can dream it, God will fund it, right? So if there is an assignment that God has given to you, He has a provision to fund it. So don't be afraid to come out. You see, the caliber of people that we have speaking to us today, sincerely, they are not little people. They are not little people in their career. They are big women doing great things. You can check them up on LinkedIn or any other social media platform that they use frequently. So to be able to connect people like this, it can only be by the wisdom of God and the grace also and also their own hearts to be able to impact women like this. Sincerely speaking, I had to rush through this because personally, if I attend any program, I don't like to take long. And we are this long because we have a lot of speakers and we need to touch some major aspect of tech. Like I said, major aspects, because sincerely speaking, tech is wide. There are a lot of other things that you can explore. They're not talking about clinical programming, is a part of it also, right? So, but we pick this major aspect and we have them speak to us. As the next speakers come up and speak, please do well to listen. Check yourself. Am I in the right career path currently? Even as a tech person, if you're in tech already, am I doing the right thing? Am I finding fulfillment? Or can you pick a new interest even from our speakers as they speak? So how do you collaborate with us? So in case you are asking, if you want to collaborate with us, there are different areas. You can actually, maybe you have a school, a tech school, you can subsidize your courses for our community of women. That's why I said we are building a community. So make sure you join our community so that when our sponsors, our partners reach out to us, you are first to be benefactor of that opportunity. Also, you can also be a part of this community by joining the community as a member as well. Follow us on IG and you will see more details about us, how to join us. And also, this is our mail. You can contact us anytime. Thank you very much for your time. Please stay tuned because a lot is still to come. AI research, cybersecurity, mobile developer, you are going to learn a lot. I'm grateful to God for this opportunity. You can see the God factor that I said. I would have been, amazingly disgraced that day, if not for that God factor. So whatever it is that we do in life, that is where I stand. Allow God to lead, and He's going to lead you into the right path. So I hope with this few points of mine, I've been able to, brush through what this is all about and where we are going and how you can be a part. And thank you very much for listening. And thank you. I hope you've been enjoying every single part because I have been myself, and I'm grateful to all the speakers that have spoken and I'll speak. So see you in the next, should we say, see you the next time because you're not seeing my face till the end of this program again. So thank you very much for listening. I'm done, Ms. Tosin.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Akobina. So I'd like to appreciate the people that I've seen since the beginning of this event. Bukumi, Ola, Fasanya, Cecilia, Bolanle, Gift, Adiola, Akinola, Tessie, Abidemi, Ayomide, thank you, Adenike, Awotunde or something, Oluwabusayo, Abiola, Abdusalam. Thank you so much for being around. Opeyemi, Adeniro. Then I would love to thank our speakers that are still around. Madam Oyefeso is still around. I can still see Madam Ibukun. She's still around. Thank you so much for staying through with us. And quickly, we move on to the next speaker. Let me share my screen. Please, let's keep jotting things down because we need this in this our journey. So let's keep jotting things down. Let's keep learning. Let's keep learning. So Opeyemi Adeniran is our next speaker. Opeyemi Adeniran, a PhD student in electrical and computer engineering at Morgan State University, leads innovative research in the development of sophisticated automated security systems and pioneering techniques for the early detection of Alzheimer's disease using deep learning and transfer learning. Wow. An expert in computer vision, she applies advanced technologies such as the GPT Vision Transformer and large language models to significantly enhance surveillance systems and medical diagnostics. Beyond her technical expertise, Opeyemi is a passionate advocate for the transformative power of technology. She empowers aspiring professionals through engaging talks, workshops, and mentorship, positioning her as a leader not just in technology, but in fostering a community committed to innovation and ethical AI practices. Opeyemi's visionary approach and dedication make her a beacon for future generations of engineers and scientists. Welcome with me, Opeyemi Adeniran, as she takes us through. In fact, I would love to hear her story. So over to you, Opeyemi Adeniran.
Thank you so much for this great opportunity. And reading my profile, wow, this is me. Thank you for that. And I want to say thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you and to address you all. My name is Opeyemi Adeniro, and I'm like she has said, I'm currently having my PhD in computer engineering, and I work with the Center of AI, where I lead innovative AI research and develop solutions. Okay, so I would love to share my screen, and can I share my screen? Yeah. Okay. And I just want to confirm, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. We can
Okay.
see your screen too.
Oh, good. Okay, so today I have like 3 key points that I would love to address. Number 1, artificial intelligence. Secondly, becoming an AI engineer. And number 3, break into tech. So I tried to like capture the whole essence of this presentation, and also try to ensure that we are able to at least we are able to like learn 1 or 2 things at the end of today's presentation. So I believe everybody understood artificial intelligence, or probably people are looking towards breaking into this field, or probably we just have a normal understanding, like a general understanding of AI. But I would love to first start with what is artificial intelligence. And so artificial intelligence is the capability of a machine to imitate intelligent human behavior. It is a software agent deployed to make a machine exhibit 1 or more human capabilities. That means that anytime you are able to develop something that is able to think or do what human being can do, and that means you are incorporating an intelligence into the system, then that means you are developing an AI system. So it's an AI system, so which means that artificial intelligence is not something that just that is static or something like an object. It is a software that is deployed into a system. It can be a TV to make it smart. It can be a laptop. It can be a chatbot. It can be a web application. It can be a car. So it's just a software that is developed, right, to make a specific system or to make a specific object to become intelligent, to do what human can do. So what are the things humans can do? We can reason, we can think, we can make decisions, we can take actions, right? And so that is the goal of artificial intelligence. So what are the subsets of AI? I believe that people have been talking about AI, artificial intelligence, and people have also been mixing up what AI is all about, different concepts and subsets of AI. So I would love to like just educate us more on the subset of AI, which are number 1, machine learning. So a process of automating how computers learn from their experience without human help. So that means that normally we have a conventional programming language, right? We have normal programming language or programming like building web applications or building different applications. They actually can do most of the things that they actually can do so many things, right? But the only thing we don't want is human interaction. Like we don't want to always go back to the web and say, we don't always want to go back to the web and update some things, right? We don't always want to go back to something and train, and we don't always want to go back to a system, and rerun it all over and over again. So that is the goal of artificial intelligence, to be able to automate itself, to do things like us human beings, we are able to do something based on our experience. I know that our normal way of like normal academics talk, right? You have to read to pass, right? So I know that, okay, if I have exam, at least I need to brush up or something so that I can remember. So that I can remember, right? So that is the same thing. That is the goal. So machine learning is a process of automating computers to learn from experience, right? Without human action. And also some actions like when we're growing up, we don't know that we have to take care of our environments, right? When we're growing up, we just do a lot of things, right? We just act, right? But based on training, right? Based on training and based on our experience, we know that we need to wake up and do some certain tasks. Or based on your experience in touching a hot spot, right? You know that if I touch this spot, it's going to burn me. You're not going to touch it again. That's the same thing as machine learning. So now let's talk about deep learning. This is a field that is based on learning and improving on its own by examining computer algorithm. So deep learning this time around, machine learning still requires that machine learning, we can say it requires that I train it. I give it a sample of if I want my model to be able to if I want my system to be able to identify a dog, I need to train the system with series of dog, right? How the numbers of legs that the dog has, the numbers of eyes, the numbers of, different kinds and types of dog, right? And then I test it and I get response back. I test it, I train a series of dog and I test it on another similar kind of dog to be able to see if it can actually understand if it can actually identify the dog. But for deep learning now, it requires you being able to tell the model to be able to identify different patterns. Just throw these data into the model and tell this model to be able to identify patterns, and you're also going to train it to be able to identify patterns, but you also need to train to identify patterns, but this time around it deals with a very large data set. So for machine learning, it's usually limited data sets, and but for deep learning, the major difference is that it requires a very large data set. And that's because of the evolution of this, our social media, where we all upload pages. Everybody is online, like you're on IG, you're on social media. And so there is always influx of large data sets, right? Large data. We are on several social networking platforms. And so this actually call for, with this influx of data, that means that we can actually train our model with a large amount of data. And so that's deep learning. It handles a bigger data and it can also make decisions. So now, if I'm able to train my model to be able to identify dog, deep learning, if I now put something similar to it, based on its experience, it can now give me, oh, this is a type of dog, right? It can now give me similar dogs, can now give me a sample of similar dogs, for example. So natural language process deals with the ability of machine to learn human language and translate them. I don't want to talk I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I just hope that we are able to understand different subsets of AI and how and not to mix them together. So as machine learning deals with a small data set, deep learning deals with a very large data set, and can also make decisions based on experience, right? And why machine learning also, but for machine learning, you have to train it. For deep learning too, you have to train it, but you can also make predictions based on the based on what you have trained it on, and also make recommendations. That's what you can also make recommendation, right? Based on what you have used to train it. It can also identify different other patterns. So that's another differences between deep learning and machine learning. Deep learning can also identify other patterns that you didn't even train it with. Can identify other patterns within data set and categorize them into different fields. Okay, so that's just briefly differences between the machine learning, deep learning, and natural language process. While natural language process just deals with ability for a machine or computer system to be able to translate human language, to be able to translate human language, right? Because naturally, computer deals with zeros and ones, right? And so, now we want to be able to train our data, our model in human language. So how do we go about it, right? So natural language process is that field of artificial intelligence that helps us to achieve that. So let me just move to the next point. Okay. So AI capabilities, what are the AI capabilities? We have learning. So AI system learn from data input to improve future responses, e.g. recommendation engine. So that means that with AI capability, I can train my model. For example, I can train my model on how to be able to understand people's career paths and give them recommendation on the type of job based on their career paths, right? I can say that, okay, I'm into project management. No, I study project management. What are the various careers in this field? What are the job opportunities? How does my profile aligns with this job? So the recommendation system can give me like your profile based on your course of study, your experience, you have like 70% match, right, with this job position or job roles. So that's example of like a recommendation engine. So which means that AI capability has ability to learn based on data inputs and also make recommendations, right? And tell you the future, can also make recommendations and also give you like the range or the percentage of, and give you a percentage, like a percentage to let you know how far the level of prediction, how the confidence score, let me just call it the confidence score of the results of the recommendation. So reasoning, AI can process information and make logical decisions. For example, it can analyze and accurate diagnosis and treatment plans. For real, like one of the projects I did was on Alzheimer's disease, and which was read earlier on. I was able to like classify I was able to develop a model that helps in classifying the Alzheimer's disease into three categories: the mild cognitive, the one that is very severe, and the one with a control with the control data, the one that those that do not have it. And this is for early detection of this kind of disease. So it can actually, we can actually use deep learning, we can actually use artificial intelligence to analyze records, right, diagnosis for early treatments and for diagnosis. Another thing I can also say about artificial intelligence is that it can also help in terms of the health sector also. If you notice that most of these machines and most of these machines or instruments that are used within the medical that are used by medical practitioners or within the medical space, they're always very expensive. Like it's so expensive for you to be able to diagnose somebody with Alzheimer's disease, for example. You have to go through the MRI scan, you have to go through those scan process, and those machines are very limited. But with the advent of artificial intelligence now, we can take in past records of MRI images, put it into train the model to be able to identify similar patterns that represent people that has this kind of disease, people that are mild and severe. And with this, we can also bring in new data to check, right? We can then bring in new data we can then use this model, deploy it in real time, and use it to diagnose patients, right? Without even going to the hospital and going through the scanning. And this gives you a very high, it's also, we have with a very high accuracy, giving you the fact that this is assuring you the results of the diagnosis. So the role of artificial intelligence in medical care, for example, is I would say that is a very good thing, and because of the process, the time taken to go through the process, the medical appliances, right, the instruments, the equipment, which are not evenly distributed across board, like across nations, right? So self-corrections, for example, we all make use of all these AI tools like Killbots that helps you correct your English, your spellings, right? You can always copy your content and paste it on spell checking platform, and it's going to help you correct your English. And so AI can adjust its algorithm when errors are detected, e.g. like spell checking tools. So this is just me just talking to you and exposing you to about AI capabilities and how it is transforming our world. Let's talk about trends in AI. So I've spoken a bit on AI in health sector, right? Like in healthcare. And there is AI in autonomous vehicle for real, because nowadays most of these we now have cars that drives themselves, self-driving cars. I don't know if you heard about that. They drive themselves, and this is based on the fact that they have been trained to identify different positions and transportation routes, and which is based on the advent of computer vision, being able to train them on the images, right? How human being looks like, the difference between trees and humans, the difference between the traffic lights, the time taking for you to move within a space, So these self-driving cars, they are real and it's working, right? It's working and it's being used in some countries nowadays. So how is through artificial intelligence, being able to train this model on diverse data set of images, videos, identifying different objects along the routes, and also training it on the and also training it, right? And also training it to identify different routes. We also have different in terms of edge AI. We also have our devices are not getting smarter and more intelligent, right? We now have different softwares that you can always download, and that can help you to that can help you to check your blood pressure, So devices are becoming more smarter through the advent of artificial intelligence. So with some there was a time I was able to see a software that was talking about I was trying to talk about the mental health, right? Trying to see if, and he was just telling me that I should install this and I'm going to be able to understand I'm going to understand the level of my mental health. And I was like, wow. So that is how artificial intelligence is making our system, our smartphones, our devices smart. Another thing is that you can also use artificial intelligence can also help you in most, for example, now we have these software assistant tools like your Siri. You can always tell your Siri to you can always tell your Siri to help you dial a number to switch off your phone. And I think I can try it here. Hello, Siri. So if you try your Siri now, it's going to just, hello, Siri. Hello, Siri. Okay, so my Siri is not working. So this is saying that you can use all these AI agents that are being installed on your system to be able to perform some tasks, dial your number, call page, switch off your tune in your video, tune in your TV, and lots more. So another thing we have is AI in finance. Of course, we can use in personalized financial advices like so let me just rush down so I won't take much time. Personalized financial advice like financial literacy, education. Many at times we don't know much about finance, especially due to the different career paths in the education system, right? So like everybody is in different fields. So we don't really know much about finance, but with the use of this artificial intelligence, it has helped to improve our financial literacy in the sense that we are able to have access to information and also guide and give us tailored advice based on our spending limits, our and on how to go about it. So also in education, like I said, you can develop a recommendation system that can tell you the your possible job roles, and I can also tell you the courses you need to learn, right? Giving you a tailored giving you a tailored information about your field of interest. So, and cybersecurity is something that is not a small thing now. It's something that is becoming so serious. And the use of AI in advanced threat detection is something that is still ongoing, right? And is something, right? Like this week, I was able to work on something called, I was able to work on something on cyber threats. And then the goal was for me to just enhance or improve the algorithm, the AES and RSA algorithm, to be able to detect, cyber threats in this cloud computing. So in data transmitted over the cloud. So that means that there is constantly an active work in this field, because the more we go online, right, the more we are exposed to all these threads, all these links, and I know that one way or the other, one or two of people around you have also experienced this, like people sending you some links on your WhatsApp, and you click on it, and before you know it, your whole WhatsApp is gone. And so AI is now working towards ensuring that how can we improve the security of people online. So we also have generative AI and such as ChatGPT and gangs in transforming creative industry. So and that's just briefly about AI. That's not all about AI, but this is just for you to get exposed to what artificial intelligence is all about. And also I also want to inspire you towards becoming an AI engineer, because that is something that is the future of work. That is the future of work in That's the future of work, because that is where many organizations are moving towards. And I would love to inspire you to become one. And of course, it's getting easier and better every day. So becoming an AI engineer, inside into my AI career journey, how I started, I got a link from somebody. Okay, I started first by going for a data science boot camp. From there, I was able to I was on the boot camp training for like 3 months. After which, after my 3 month training, there was COVID-19, and then there was the use of there was COVID-19, and I couldn't even get a good job, right? Because I finished training around late November, data science training. And 2020, that's 2019, and 2020 there was pandemic, and so all we could rely on was online jobs. And because there were less of these there were less of these jobs, right? And so while I was navigating my path, I received an invitation from somebody that was telling me that, oh, we do this online course, I see that you have, I probably think the person who looked at my profile and probably think, oh, you are into data science and you can always improve your AI skills. So I joined this online community, and from this online community, I was able to, like what one of the speakers just talked about, collaboration. I was able to collaborate with diverse people from different I was able to collaborate with diverse people on a particular AI project that exposed me into the AI journey. So from data science, right, I was exposed to AI journey through joining an online community. And from my online community, I was exposed to different aspects of artificial intelligence. Don't forget that I do not have much experience. I was just able to get, I think, one job online after my data science training. That was on the then after which it was COVID-19, then somebody reached out to me, hey, join this online platform where you can develop and enhance your AI skills. From there, I joined it and I got exposed. For my exposure, I met people, and these people started guiding me. I could remember that I was asking so much questions about the project and how I can go about it. Then that was when I got exposed to natural language processing, even web scraping, and so much more. And through my exposure, I was able to okay, what's the next thing for me? Go learn more, get your hands dirty, go and find more courses online, to enhance your skills, to understand more about this. Then the next thing, based on my network, right, I was able to network and reach and meet people higher than me in this space, like people that are well experienced than me. And so I was able to network with them, have their number on my WhatsApp. And when there was an opportunity and so this community was thinking of enlarging their community towards different states, right? Towards different countries. And one of my networks said, hey, Ope, this will be a good chance for you to build your leadership skills and your collaboration. And she was pitching it to me, and I was like, I don't have experience. I don't have experience. I don't know how to lead. I've never led any project before. And this is AI. This is not something I'm very good at. I'm a beginner. I was just giving myself several excuses. And then she said I should give it a try, that she's going to help me. So I was glad that, oh, I have somebody that's going to help me in case I fumbled, right? So that was how I was exposed to this leadership, how I was able to take on leadership role in this space. And this actually helped to build my AI skills. Don't forget that I started by joining an AI project, got exposed by connecting with people, understanding what the project's all about. Then I was also exposed to some of the things that I do not understand, like the natural language processing, the computer vision, web scraping, all these tools that I do not even know anything about. I was exposed to it because I needed to contribute something in the project. And of course, I was also after I want to be able to, I don't like the fact that I should start a project and I should opt out, because of course, some people opted out from the project, but I don't want to opt out. So despite that it was hard, I continued, I persist, and I ensured that I stayed to the end of the project. So how did I do that? Connect with people, reach out to them for guidance, and they were able to say, these are the things I need to learn. They gave me resources where I can learn it. And that was how I was able to contribute. Then they said I should focus on one thing, try and do something on this project. I received this career guidance. And from there, I was able to do something. Then after that, through the networking that I was able to build, then they were able to give me a leadership role. This leadership role did not come with any payment. So I just opted in, I accepted the leadership role. And I was saying to myself, I'm spending so much time on this thing, I'm not getting paid. Where am I going to? I'm not getting the job. So I said to myself, I'm going to use my experience to get myself a job. And that was how I was able to break into this AI field, right? And that was how my AI career started. So the reason why I'm sharing this with you is that I needed you, it's just to be able to let you know that for you to be able to grab one or two things, right, on how to develop yourself in this AI field, and also to be able to understand the power of collaboration, the power of joining a tech community, the power of trying to stay persistent, right, and the power of the fact that to be able to develop your tech skills by going through any relevant online courses. So I just explained what I've said. I just through my experience, I just explained briefly the steps that the career guide for you, the AI career guide, through my experience, I believe. So number one is understand the field. The first thing I think you need to do, based on my experience right now, I was able to jot these 4 points down. I think it's four, it's not actually three. These 4 points down. Why? Because I was also able to sit down and reflect on myself. What are the things, what are the steps I actually missed, right? That could have made my AI career journey easier and better. So number one, understand the field. Do you even understand what AI is all about? So what are the best ways for you to do? Like this, where we are right now, webinars, like what we are doing right now. You got exposed to AI, conferences, foundational online courses. Just try and find, don't try to know it. Just go and take any courses, attend any webinar. What are they even talking about? What is AI? What is deep learning? What is machine learning? Just have a general understanding of what this field is all about. That's all you just need to do first. I said to myself, this is actually what I needed to do first before I put my head in joining this community, right? The second thing is that now you understand what AI is all about, right? You know the concepts, you know the trends, you know its capability, right? Then now you can go online and or go for any training programs, get the skills. Then the next thing is that you can then build your profile through hands-on project. This can be done through by joining an online community. Like I was able to join an online community that helps me to build my projects. That is just a short story. This project was what I put in my portfolio, right? I put this project in my portfolio, and I used this project also to apply to university abroad. And it was like, wow, we don't know that you've done so many things in AI, and this actually opened door for me. So, and also I also was able to get a job with a company also in Lagos. Where am I going? Right? These your hands-on projects, they are important because it helps you to build the technical skills that people need that this organization needs, and also helps you to stand out, right? So I also, one thing I know I didn't get right in my journey is getting certified. So when I got into this AI company, and I was like, what? My journey trying to join online community, leading leadership was that I was feeling like I was feeling like I went through some processes because I didn't have enough guidance, right? I was trying to, then I realized that I met people on the team that have not even done much projects, right? That I have done. So what made them stand out? Certification. Certification is important in this tech field, right? Because anybody can break into tech. So which means your background is does not really count, right? In fact, there is what we call expert domain. So even people that are not in with computer background now have even privileges now. Why? Because because AI is coming into the field and we need people that are expert in that field. So if you can now bring AI into your field, you become an hot cake, right? Because you have this expert knowledge, and you can then use artificial intelligence to enhance, to make, to solve problems, or to which helps you to stand out, right, in your field in your own field. So getting certification is important in this field. So especially in Nigeria, there's relevant certifications like Microsoft certifications. There are a lot of Microsoft certifications. There are a lot of IBM certification, but I think Microsoft is more prevalent in Nigeria, so it's good for us to tailor our certifications around that route, right? So this is AI that I'm talking about, but there are a lot of certifications also for different fields, right? But most of the time, even in cloud engineering, even in AI, even in data, even in no code, I heard somebody talking about no code. Microsoft has several certifications on that, and this is key. This is what these recruiters are also looking for. So that is one thing I know that I didn't totally get, right, when I was building my career in this AI field. When I joined the industry, I saw people that have certification, and they didn't even have much projects, right? But they were able to, attract the recruiters because they have these certifications, and they were able to, like, based on their little experience, were able to pitch it, talk very well, and also prove what they've done so far, and they got the job. So I just gave you an hint into my AI career journey, what I did, what I did not do, and how you can go about it, right? So the next point I want to talk about is break into tech. The reason why I talk more on AI because that's my field, right? And that is where, and I'm trying to inspire you all, for those especially interested in AI, to come into this field. It's doable. It's doable. It's not like, it's like every other course. It's like web design, it's like project management, it's like every other. So don't make it, don't, because it's AI, it doesn't make like, hey, it has to be something like human. And that was why I started with the definition of artificial intelligence, and so that we can understand that it's not something that is that huge. I think it's just a name. And it's just something, the fact that it's doing things that human can do. And that makes it, and that calls for the big name. So now, should, in case you are thinking about, this is the general approach for you, for those interested in breaking into tech. And I have been, and during this is the general approach for people that are interested in breaking into tech. And this approach, I believe, like I said, has been, I was able to sit down and think about, for those outside the tech domain, like for those interested in breaking into tech, for example, those that did law, or those that did construction engineering, or industrial, whatsoever. So how do you start a career in this tech field? So number one, know your why. You have to know, why am I coming? You're coming for money. Okay. I see that software engineers earn more money, and I'm coming for the money. For those who are coming for the money, that's the motivation already, right? That means you're ready to go extra length, get this online course, get these skills, right? And go for it. So if you are coming to solve a problem, like, I truly want to solve a problem, I want to be like Mark, I want to be like Elon, I want to be like this, I want to have a business, and that's the motivation also. That means that the kind of things, the kind of things you'll be, that means the kind of skills you'll be learning, and the way and your approach has to be different. So know your why. Why are you coming to the tech space? If you're able to identify your why, then that's good. Second thing is, understand your niche. Identify your areas of interest and passion, right? If you like to draw, you like to draw naturally without stress. To me, UI UX design is something, you like design skills. You like, you can think about UI UX design. You can think about product management. Some people like to bring ideas into action, right? Into something that they can see, they can feel. Like, to me, people in art can go into product management because they're able to visualize people's problem, understand what is going on, right? They can go into product design. And some people like to manage people. I just like to talk. I like to lead people. I like that something exists. I like that. I hate project getting abandoned, right? You can think about product management. You can think about some people like business, product management, product designs. So you need to understand your niche. If you like to solve problems, you like to create something new. I just love something new, right? You can come into AI, you can come into AI, right? Because it's all about improving the system, right? To act and behave like human. And that point you want to think about is that understanding your niche. I just want to address that a bit. And you want to able to understand what are the things that interest me the most. If you like to stay overnight, like, you can watch movie overnight, you can analyze things, you can understand, you can bring insight into things. Data scientists or business analysts is something that you love, because by the time they give you a business problem, you want to find out what is going on, how can I let people that don't understand to see, business analytics or something like that, or data analytics is something that is going to interest you. So you need to understand. So not everybody has to be the software engineer. And if you like to break down problems, software engineering is good. Software engineering is all about breaking down problems into the smallest unit, right? To be able to, into the smallest unit, breaking down, right? If you also love to like, if you also love to like building things, right? Software engineering is also good for you, like solving problems. It's all about solving problems, right? To an achievable units, breaking down complex problems, right? That is software engineering. So if you like to solve problems, software engineering is something that you can do. And if you like to bring your ideas to life, web, you just wanted people to, you're happy when people are interacting with what you do. So you may probably think of web design and stuff like that. This is me just trying to like make you try to find your niche, try to understand your interests, right? Your natural passion, and bring it into the tech space, because this will serve as your motivation. This will not make you won't get burned out. You will love what you are doing.
Excuse me, Madam Okoyemi, kindly check your chat, please.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So the next thing we want to know your industry. So the next thing is career in tech. So you need to understand where is the intersection of my niche in the tech space. I think I've explained that. And know the industry, understand the roles. I think I've explained that through what I've said. Then get skilled. Try and take online courses and webinars. I think I've also explained that already. So the next thing is to build your portfolio. Start by replicating projects that others have done. Then volunteer develop reward projects for people to gain practical experience. You can join different communities, say that you want to build their websites, or just to build your portfolio. You can help your colleague who is starting up on his own business and say, oh, I can volunteer to develop this. Just build your own portfolio. And grow fast. Join online community, like I said, take on roles, leadership roles, and develop your leadership skills. Like I said, get certifications, get relevant certifications in your field of interest. And that's all from my end. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for the opportunity, Mom in Tech Global. And that's all I have for today. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, that was hell of a ride. Thank you so much for your time. At least I hope we've learned. Of course, they will say AI is taking over jobs now, which entirely is not a lie, because I do say that ChatGPT have been helping my career for a long while now. So whatever we need to do, we need to incorporate AI into it. And if we want to learn how to do that, machine learning, deep learning is part of it. And don't forget, build your portfolio, get certified. If you have any question, you can reach out to her. There is our LinkedIn, our LinkedIn profile has been pasted into the comment section. You can message her on LinkedIn. I'm sure she will promptly respond. Thank you so much, Okoyemi Adeniran, for your time. Quickly, we move on to the next speaker, because of course, it's not only data analysis, products management, machine learning that is in tech. We have some other ones which in a way we need to learn. The next person is Oriofe. Let me quickly share a profile for us to look into. Oriofe Koyejo. Oriofe Koyejo. Oriofe is a cybersecurity professional with a growing record of leading and delivering impactful security initiatives in organizations. So as an information security practitioner with 5 years of experience in governance, risk and compliance, vulnerability management, security operations, user security education, and data protection, Oriofe has successfully led and deployed enterprise-wide security projects aimed at safeguarding information assets by implementing effective solutions to mitigate risk. With a passion for staying ahead of emerging threats, Oriofe is known for her ability to proactively address evolving security challenges, a testament to her commitment to continuous learning. She is currently a cybersecurity master student at Temple University, where she is honing her skill and developing more competencies relevant to emerging threats. She has gained relevant cybersecurity certifications in addition to 2 academic degrees in Management Information Systems from Covenant University. She has progressed in roles from security analyst to security manager, where she led, managed, delivered enterprise-wide security initiatives and technologies to ensure the protection of information assets and regulatory compliance. Beyond her technical prowess, Oriofe educates by simplifying security concepts into practical cyber hygiene practices for diverse audiences, delivering compelling presentations on relatable cybersecurity and data protection topics. In commitment to advancing female-focused courses, she volunteers with the Coding Mom, Cyber Safe Foundation, and Letter to a Lady speaking to teenagers and high school students, working, sharing knowledge, and empowering others. Oriofe is dedicated to fostering a culture of security awareness and collaboration within communities. When Oriofe is not doing serious cybersecurity, she is watching crime-related and professional series. She also enjoys a good swing at a park to sustain energy and excitement levels. Let me also chip in that if you've read what the Nigerian government talked about you paying cybersecurity levy, and you've got any question, this is the right time for you to sit up because, of course, our speaker will talk about cybersecurity and what it means to us. So let's welcome our speaker, Oriofe Koyejo.
Thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. Thank you so much for the opportunity and the privilege to be in the midst of amazing women this afternoon, my morning. I have learned and listened to quite a number of speakers that have gone ahead of me, and I want to say thank you to everyone that has shared so far. There has been something that I've picked from everyone's conversation, and I hope that the audience also appreciates all of the content, knowledge, wisdom that has been shared today. So I'm going to get right into it because I don't want to take too much time. So that's my version of standing on all existing protocols. So hello, everybody. Basically, I would run through some thoughts that I have on navigating cybersecurity career as a woman, which is the topic that the conference organizers have given to me, bridging paths for moms in tech. Disclaimer, I'm not a mom, so there are some valid experiences and valid lifestyles that moms have that I do not have, so I'm not going to be able to share in that light. So I will just share from my experience so far as a woman in cybersecurity. So I'm not a mom yet. All right. Yes. My name is Oriofe Koyejo, as introduced. So please, can anyone just confirm in the chat section if they can hear me and see my slides clearly so that I can proceed?
We can hear you and we can see your slide.
Okay, thank you very much. So cybersecurity, I would say aside AI, machine learning, crypto, cybersecurity is in the league of buzzwords in tech. Like cybersecurity is everywhere. And it should be, right? Not just because it's a cool thing, but because it has become of almost importance and significance to people, to organizations, because of the impact that a cyber breach or a cyber attack can have. Like it can literally cripple an organization, take you out of business, and as an individual, you can lose everything just by being breached. We hear of, oh, my account has been hacked on social media, and now they have access to my messages, my DMs, my pictures, and all of that, and then things are happening. That's literally the significance of cybersecurity. Like, An attack, a breach can have detrimental effect. So it's important that we become very aware and knowledgeable about what cybersecurity is. So there are different aspects of cybersecurity as a topic. There's a cybersecurity hygiene that every individual, whether you're tech inclined, tech oriented or not, you should have and you should know. And then there's also the function of cybersecurity within an organization, for a company and all of that. So briefly, what is cybersecurity? So according to Cisco Systems, which is a tech giant that is global, they define cybersecurity as a practice of protecting systems, networks, and programs from cyber attacks. So it's not one thing. Cybersecurity is not one thing. It is many things working together, because it has to be a complemented effort. All of these different components, all of these different measures working together to achieve an objective or stated goals, which is the CIA triad, which I will speak about. And SANS Institute, which is also a globally recognized learning institute for cybersecurity, certifications, best practices, and all of that. They refer to information security. Now, information security is sometimes used interchangeably with cybersecurity, right? And they define it as processes and methodologies designed and implemented to protect any form of information or data from unauthorized access, unauthorized use, disclosure, destruction, modification, or disruption. So there's so many things that can happen to data or information. And what cybersecurity is about is putting all of these many different controls, measures, processes in place to ensure that this data is protected and is not exposed to people that shouldn't have access to it. So they say that there is no cybersecurity without the CIA triad. Now, the CIA is not the Central Intelligence Agency of the US. No, not that. It's confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So in a bit to simplify what cybersecurity is, the thought leaders and the quote unquote EGLers of cybersecurity have come to say that when you say cybersecurity, it is synonymous to these three things fundamentally, and it's confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality simply means if you are not supposed to see my information or see anything about me, then you shouldn't. It is simply about preventing and protecting unauthorized access and disclosure of information. That is why you now have things like passwords. Means I lock my account, you shouldn't have access to it if you don't have my password. It's just like, oh, you live in an apartment and you have your key. Any random person shouldn't have your key, right? Because it is your house, your properties, your things are inside the house, your valuables. So it shouldn't be exposed to just anybody. Then you have integrity. Integrity means the correctness of information, the correctness of whatever is presented. Now, I know that we're in the buzz era of AI, deep fakes, and all of that. So, like, what is correct, what is accurate, what is true is now very subjective, because there's so many things that can be done to manipulate things. But one of the things cybersecurity aims to achieve is that the integrity of information is retained at every point in time. And availability means information should be available to people that should have access to it should have access to it. So in this case, we're looking at a website where people want to order, and they're able to access the website and order what they want to order, right? Or maybe a government agency that has web services, right? And you want to put in your details to get your driver's license or whatever service that platform is providing. Or let's even go deep into health, right? Hospitals now are using health information systems. Just for a moment, think about if a hospital that has gone full digital is not able to, maybe they have a network downtime, right? And there are people in the ICU, there are children, there are people that are on diffusion or using medical devices that are plugged digitally, and then there's something going on with their network. In that time and in that moment, because life is fickle, right? Anything can happen and people can die, like literally. So in that scope, availability of information is super, super important. So those are the three fundamentals of cybersecurity. So in any scope, in any context that you're talking about cybersecurity, these three things must be fundamentally checked for you to say, okay, yes, our cybersecurity is solid, or my cybersecurity as an individual is solid. Now let's go into the career conversations. Like, you want to have a career in cybersecurity, you need to know that to have a cybersecurity career, you need to have the knowledge. You need to know what cybersecurity is about. Now, I've used a few minutes to just talk about the fundamentals of cybersecurity, but each one has depth and breadth to it. There's so many controls, so many technologies, so many processes that help you to achieve each of that. And like I said, these are the fundamentals. There are other ones. There's non-repudiation, there's access controls, there's authentication, authorization. There's so many levels to it. So you need to know these things, right? And one good thing, which is also like two sides of the coin of cybersecurity is not definite. It is broad, it keeps changing, it keeps evolving as people are coming with different types of threats, different types of attacks, different types of hacks. Is the same way the people that are practitioners have to update their knowledge. Things keep changing. Today there's AI, there's machine learning. Tomorrow there's going to be, not even tomorrow, it's already existing, there's the metaverse. There's so many technologies that are coming up every single day. So it means that you, as a cybersecurity practitioner, have to always update your knowledge. That can get very daunting because we are human beings. We just like to chill and to rest and all of that. But if you're pursuing a career in cybersecurity, you have to keep learning. And learning is in different ways, different formats. We'll get into it. Some of the speakers also spoke about different ways to learn. And then the skill. So there's the knowledge, which is, oh, I understand this concept, I understand this terminology, but there's a skill because you have to do the work. You are in front of a computer, you have to put your hands and get work done. And that is not easy as well. Now, I'm not saying all of this to scare anyone, but I just want you to know that before you choose a career, and then, yeah, definitely there's growth, one step at a time and all of that. But you also need to know the realities so that you don't think, oh, I want to be in cybersecurity to make the cool money. I want to be earning in dollars. I want to have a remote job, which all these things are valid and beautiful, but you have to know your stuff as well. Then there's the value you bring. Like I said, cybersecurity is many different things. Some people specialize, some people generalize, some people teach, some people, like, there's so many things, but what is your own value? You need to be able to see it ahead and walk towards it one step at a time. There's people. One very beautiful thing about cybersecurity, also because it's an evolving career path, is you have to collaborate. You cannot do cybersecurity as a career alone. You have to collaborate. You have to have people in your network. And this is not just about, oh, having a mentor, being a mentee, and all of that. Across all levels, right? You have to collaborate with people below you, people on your level, people that are ahead of you, so that you have like a full scope perspective of what's happening. Because most times when you're working, you are neck deep or knee deep in what you're doing, right? And that can be consuming because you spend roughly 8 hours, 10 hours at your job daily. To be seen and going to sites to see, oh, what's happening in the world, it won't come natural. So you need to have people around you that are in your space, that even in an informal setting, you can get updates about what they are doing in their own companies, their own organizations, their own scope, and learn from it, or at least be aware of it. Then there's a business of it, right? You are in career to make an income. You're in career to have a life and have a livelihood. So you have to know what you're doing and focus on how you get ahead per time. Then your cybersecurity career, like I always tell people whenever I have the opportunity to, is what is your reason for wanting to have a cybersecurity career? Your reason is valid to you, but you should know it clearly, because things will come, you get tired, you can get bored. Yeah, you can get bored. Anything can happen, right? And your reason has to be solid enough to keep you inspired and keep you going. It is very personal to you. You can draw inspiration from people, but you need to know it. You need to define it. You need to be aware of it. And what motivates you as well, you need to know all of that, because each day or every day in your cybersecurity career is not the same, right? You have people to work with, you have tools, technologies, trainings, and all of that. So you have to ensure that you have something that is intrinsically motivating, something that is internal to you and motivates you. Is very, very important for the journey ahead. And are you actually ready to have a cybersecurity career? What does success look like for you in cybersecurity? And what will that success mean to you? These are things you need to ask yourself and define for yourself. It will help if you can document it somewhere so that when the going gets tough, you can go back to it and say, oh, this is the reason I started this thing. Okay, no matter what's shaking me right now, I will get my footing back because of these things. Now, it's okay to not have all these answers yet. And sometimes your answers will change as you grow, as you improve. Like my reason when I started in 2018, 2019 is not my reason today in 2024. So you're allowed to evolve. I mean, the career path evolves, so you should evolve as well. But do your research. It is very, very important. Do your research, ask questions, and seek guidance. So on the chart, I have like different levels and different job roles, per level, entry level, mid-level, senior management, that you can see. But again, these roles and their titles are not static, they change. Also, they are also informed by the kind of organization that you're in. If you're working in a bank, your job title will be different from if you're working in a SOC, the Security Operations Center, or you're working in a consulting company as a cybersecurity specialist. So your job roles and your job titles will change or is determined by the organization or the scope that you find yourself. These are some, cybersecurity pathways, feeder roles, entry-level roles, and titles, advanced level. You'll see some names that they're wondering, oh, what does this mean? What does this mean? And I think it was Symbiat I heard say earlier that Google is your friend, right? You have to do your own research. I cannot possibly tell you everything that I know about cybersecurity in the time slot that I have. It's not possible. Even me, I'm still learning, right? Because I have seniors, I have people that I look up to, I have role models, I have mentors, I have there's so many things to know and to learn, right? So I can't possibly tell you everything. But then again, how can you now learn cybersecurity if you have decided that this is what I want to do? There's so much resources out there. And by out there, I mean resources from people, resources on the internet, resources in trainings. I think it was Simiat also that said there's free training, there's free stuff on YouTube and, learning platforms and all of that. But there's also paid trainings where it is more tailored to you and your learning requirements and all of that. So it is your responsibility to design what works for you based on what you know about yourself, how you like to learn. Some people like to learn by themselves. They want to watch YouTube and do their labs by themselves. Some people want to be in the classroom. So if you like classroom experience and all of that, you would want to tend towards going to a formal institution, maybe a university, maybe a polytechnic, maybe, training institute. I know in Nigeria there's NIT, there is there's Aptech. Yeah, I think it's Aptech. There's so many organizations out there that teach you, that their trainings, they're not schools, but they use the school approach to teach you all of these things. You get to ask questions live and all of that, right? So and like so many of the speakers have said, there is a technical aspect of cybersecurity and there's a non-technical aspect of cybersecurity. So I mean, fun fact is I decided to go into cybersecurity because I was looking for a tech career that did not involve coding. Because at the time I was just scared of coding. Not that it was difficult, I was just scared. I'm like, why am I going to sit in front of a black screen for hours, just be do, 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 do. No, please, I don't talk to people. I want to see colors and all of that. That was my understanding in 2018, right? But now in cybersecurity, you will sit in front of, if you're in the technical aspect, right? You will sit in front of code, regardless, you write scripts, right? And even if you're in the non-technical aspect, you need to be able to understand these things when they're presented to you. Because like I said, all of these things are connected. They're components that work together. So if you're not practically functioning in the technical aspect, you need to understand what the technical people are bringing to you for you to make sense out of it, either as an auditor, either as a governance and compliance person, in whatever capacity you have or you're in as a non-technical person, you need to be able to make sense of it. So you need to understand it, even if you're not the one doing it. So from people, as I've said earlier, internet, YouTube is a very wonderful place to learn. You can pause it, you can skip it, you can, make it faster, make it slower till you understand. Now that involves time. You need time to learn. If you're going to teach yourself, then you would need to invest huge number of hours. Then boot camps, training. So I've listed some organizations here. I'll still talk about them in like subsequent slides. How do you like move from one point to the other in your cybersecurity career path? You have to speak up. Let people know what you're about. Let people know what you're interested in. Let people know what your needs are. Oh, you're entry level, you're looking for an internship, you want to volunteer, you're looking for resources to help you learn, or books. Like there are people that I go to that are, I'm into this now, do you have resources? And they'll just send me a Google Drive because they have all of these things, or they know people that have these things. So you don't need to necessarily spend your money if you don't have the money. There are resources, you just need to speak up. It will shock you that if you go on LinkedIn and put a post that, oh, I'm interested in this and I need resources, who can share with me? People will respond to you and give you resources for free, resources that they had to pay for. So you need to speak up. You need to grow. You need to learn always, always. An article a day, a video a day, what's going on in cybersecurity news globally, locally, like our facilitator said, cybersecurity levy in Nigeria. You need to know what all these things are about. Develop your skills. There's always something new to learn. There's always a training that will benefit you. Mentoring, networking, and consulting. I don't know if everyone on this call has seen this Instagram trend, when Esther something established, and then it's from a throwback picture to a recent picture. So if you want to be established in cybersecurity, you need to do all these things, right? Yeah, so I saw this by someone in Nigerian, of course, and she said one of the toughest things, sorry, my screen, one of the toughest things to manage as a cybersecurity professional is keeping up with security concepts, knowledge, and skills. I ask myself 1,000,001 times, when does it end? Who send me work? Bye. Well, I know it does not, as you cannot stop learning in general. Just to buttress what I said earlier about cybersecurity, you have to keep going. There's no pause, there is no stop, well, except you define like a cap for yourself. So the other image on the screen, I put it there because it shows different ways that you can learn with images. So the one in the middle is a graduation cap that is going to school. Laptop is a tool that you use to learn, to practice and all of that. The globe shows the internet. Scissors is like practicals, getting it done, so many things that show you that it's not one thing that will help you get to where you want to get to in your cybersecurity career. Is a combination of many things. Now, people talk about certifications, and like, do I really need a certification? I know my job. Do I really need a certification? Yes, you need a certification for growth and for visibility. And so it's not everyone that will know you, right? And a very good way to introduce yourself to the world, to people, to potential employers, to recruiters, is through the certifications that you have. They're entry level, they're certifications for every level, just as we saw job roles and descriptions for every level, there are certifications for every level. And also some of them are context driven. So certifications in incident response, certifications in vulnerability assessment, certifications in cybersecurity auditing, certifications in ethical hacking. There are certifications that are niche like that, and there are also general certifications. So there's different ways people approach cybersecurity as a career. There's the offensive, there's the defensive, and then there's the management. So there's so many things that we can cover everything on this call, definitely. So certifications provide you a learning opportunity because you have to train, you have to read, you have to study before you take the exam and pass it. And some of these certifications are not just like multiple choice. Some of them are labs, like you actually do labs to show that you have competency in that thing, especially for the technical ones, right? As I said, evidence of professional credibility, and then attraction to potential employers and recruiters. Certifications do not get the work done. I also want to put that disclaimer out there. The fact that someone says, oh, I have this certification, doesn't necessarily mean that they can do the work, right? Because to get certification, you read, you pass, there are dumps, questions out there that you can practice and practice and practice, and you get the answers right. But when you get to the job, can you do it? So you have the certification solid, but when you get to the job, you still need to be able to do the work. And certifications will not do the work for you. Networking is very important because you don't know everybody, and you need to know people that know somebody to get to where you want to get to, backed up by your own value in your skills, your knowledge, your proficiency. So these are some organizations that I'm aware of, that I'm a part of, that I've worked with in the past, and I can say, oh yes, these are solid ones. Some of them are global, some of them are in Nigeria, some of them offer training, some of them are women focused. So you can just check them out in your own leisure. Yeah, go for events, go for conferences, join webinars like this. There will be something that somebody will say that would help you. And then when you start your career, put yourself out there. Whatever you learn today, do a short article, 2 paragraphs, put it out on LinkedIn. There are people that are watching. Trust me, people are always watching, and it will matter eventually one day. Now, you are a woman. Understand your own peculiarities and work around them to achieve your career in tech. You're a woman. There's so many ceilings. There's so many things that are already out there that people will say, oh, they're staged against women, but there are ways around it. And sometimes they don't even exist. But if it's already in your mind that, oh, I'm a woman, there's a block, then you're shortchanging yourself. Chimamanda said, never accept because you're a woman as a reason for doing or not doing anything. Be true to yourself, know your limitations, your personal limitations, know your strengths, your weaknesses, and go for whatever you want. You can do it. That's literally it. You can do it. And if you decide or you discover that you cannot do it, then that's fine as well. Look for something that you can do and shine in it. There's so many women in cybersecurity in Nigeria, home and abroad. Some of them run their own organizations. Some of them are senior level employees in organization. There's so many women in cybersecurity. So it's not a new field for women. No, it's not new. People are there. People are winning. People are shining in cybersecurity, and so can you. These are some of the women. If you're on LinkedIn, you can check them up, follow them, see what they've done, see how they do what they do. These are some of my own favorite women in cybersecurity, and I just thought to share. Yes, and that's everything that I have. Please, let's connect on LinkedIn. That's my link. That's my name on LinkedIn, Orifoluwa Koijo. And yeah, I will be very happy to help as much as I can. If you connect with me, or when you connect with me, if you have questions and all of that, we can discuss them as well. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm just going to run into the comment section to see if there's anything for me as a question. Okay. Oh, thank you guys. What's my motivation? Stephanie wants to know what my motivation is. How did I get to it? Did I get to that motivation before I started or after I started? I think I answered the last part while I was speaking. What's my motivation? My motivation is to be of value in any place that I find myself. And this is not just my career motivation, it's my life motivation, my mantra. Like if I'm your friend, like I think this is a flex. Some of my friends on this call will agree. If I'm your friend, you will know that I am your friend because I am valuable to you. So for me, it's about value. So in whatever that I do, career, personal, family, I'm constantly looking for ways to be of value to people. Like, what can I do to make your life better, easier, nicer, funnier, and all of that? So that's my own mantra, or that's my motivation. How did I get to it? I got to it from a place of self-awareness. I think they say when you're first daughter, first child, there are some things that just come natural to you, which I am. So I think from a place of meeting people's needs, I just found out, okay, I actually like this thing. I enjoy it. I find fulfillment in it. If I'm having a bad day and someone reaches out to me that, oh, I need this, even if I don't have it, I'll try to help you find how to solve that problem. So I think that's how I got to it. So from a place of self-awareness, constantly asking myself questions, what makes me happy? What do I enjoy doing? What can I do even if nobody is putting money on the table for it? I think, yeah, that's how I got to it, top of my head. Yeah. I hope I've answered your question, Stephanie. I will stop sharing my screen. I don't know if you guys need me to share.
Alright. Sorry,
slide.
there's a question. Thank you. There's
Okay.
a question, and I think that question has been in the mind of many people because
Okay.
how does accepting cookies on website or mobile app affect my security, and also responding yes to apps that ask to have access to some information when I try to open them?
Okay. So cookies are tiny storage files that gather some information about you when you are on a website. Now, cookies have different functionalities. They do different things. The intention of cookies is to have some sort of storage about what you do on that website, so that the next time you visit that website, you can continue from where you stopped. You don't have to start all over again. But because of that functionality, some organizations, some websites also now use it to take some personal information about you. So for example, there are some cookies that have been found out to, when you want to buy something on a website, you put in your card details, you put in your address, some of your personal information to use it, right? So some cookies store that and then it's exposed, right? And that's your personal information. And that is now exploited by other people, because there's some place called the dark web where people's personal information that shouldn't be on the World Wide Web, they are. So people trade credit card information, personal information to do different things, right? So what I do personally is, when I'm on a website and the cookies pop-up shows, my default is to reject, right? But if I'm not able to proceed on that website without accepting, then I go to necessary cookies. So I just accept the ones that say they are for functionality, analytics, and take out anything that has to do with personal information. That is the best that I can do, right? I hope we all know that is one thing for a website or a company to say this is what we do, is another thing that they actually do, right? So you can only try, really. You can only try, but that's what cookies are for. The second question's about, sorry, can you take the second part of the question again? I forgot.
Yes, it's almost the same thing like that of accepting cookies, that responding yes to app that asks to have access to some information when I try to open them.
Oh yeah, for that I also decline, except it is affecting what I need to do on the app. So on my phone, what I do is I decline or I accept for a period of time. My phone gives me option, oh, do you want to give access to this part of your phone? How long do you want this access to be for? So I try to curate all of those settings and configurations to the best of my ability and to what is available on those apps. But someone said to me some time ago, and it's just in my head, that when the service is free, you are the product. So like, because you use free applications, you don't necessarily have so much control as to what is done with your data or whatever you put on that app. So I think just have that at the back of your mind, so you're conscious of what you're doing on the apps, what you're sharing on the internet, and what you're making available. The fact that, oh, the world is digital and we all exist on our phones and all of that doesn't mean that everything about you should be on your phone, right? Still try to be coded. Yeah. So
when a service is free, you are the product. Thank you so much for your time. I believe anyone that wants to connect with you, the LinkedIn link is already in the comment section. And please, if you have learned anything so far and or you are willing to learn more, you can follow MOMINTECH Global on our IG. We dropped the name, the handle on in the comment section. So quickly, we still have like 2 more speakers to go, and we call it and we'll bring the event to an end. We go to Bukola Ola, who is our next speaker. Thank you so much, Oriafe Koyejo, for taking us through cybersecurity. I'm sure many of us have come to realize what we need to know about cybersecurity and also how to be security conscious too. Thank you so much for your time. Now, Bukumi Ola is a computer scientist and by extension, a software engineer. She started out as a desktop application developer. She currently thrives as a mobile app engineer at Idera. She has an enthusiasm for cybersecurity and is currently perusing that field. When Bukumi is not coding, she tailors clothes or bags and she likes to dance. Welcome with me, Bukumi Ola, as she takes us through our journey in tech. Over to you.
Hello. Hi. Oh, can you hear me? Okay, I think my mic is working.
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Um, Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon from here. I hope you have been enjoying the sessions. I've learned one or two things. In fact, not one or two things. I've learned a lot from the previous speakers, and I'm grateful to be a part of this. Really, Fair. I've sent you a LinkedIn request. I'm looking to enter into cybersecurity. Maybe not enter, just like looking into some stuff. So yeah, I'll be
Oh,
reaching out.
that's fine, no problem. You're my
All right.
sister's namesake, so you automatically have a soft spot.
Thank you. All right, let me share my screen now. All right. Can you see my screen? Okay. All right. Please, can you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, thank you. Hi. Yes, this is Bukumi Alam. I'm a mobile apps engineer, and I'm an introvert, but I like to smile a lot. But yes, I have a strong commitment for excellence, and I'm an evolving lazy developer. I call it lazy because I don't want to spend too much time like figuring things out. Want to I want to find the smartest way to solving problems, right? And also, yes, I'm a minister of the gospel of Christ. I'm passionate about living rather than existing. That means everything that I do, I try to make sure that it is part of my life goals and my part of my purpose as a person, and which also extends to actually reaching out to others and yeah, helping others to do the same. And yeah, in my spare time, I like crafting, like really just bringing out something out of something that seemingly looks like it's plain. Yeah, so that is that about me. And yes, yeah, I'm here to talk about my fields, mobile development. Yeah, mobile apps are actually software applications for smartphones and tablets, like tablets. So there are different platforms for Mobile apps. So there is the iOS. iOS now cut across the iPhone, the iPads, the iPods, the macOS too. And yes, the Android has different manufacturers. There's there's iOS, there's Xiaomi, there's a range of them that also built their platform on Android. But yes, the basic infrastructure that they use is Android. And also for developing mobile apps, or yeah, there is you can either develop it as a native application that, oh yes, my app is only working for Android, like the way I'm building this app is going to work for just Android, or the way I'm building this app is just going to work for iOS, or the way I'm building this app, I'm going to be able to use the same development process and port it to Android and also iOS. Yeah, the impact of mobile development is that it shapes digital experiences, it enhances user interaction. Yeah, because we are mobile, like we are largely mobile now in this current age, and when people are moving, it's not everybody that go out with their laptops. Even when you go out with your laptops, you can't literally be pressing your laptops in some areas, right? But mobile phones, it's that mobile phone, it gives you access to a lot of things, and by that also there are things that you really want to access, like solutions, like for instance the Google Docs, the slides that we use, everything. They have been web based, and they're also mobile based. Like this Zoom that we're using now, there's a mobile app for it. So mobile app is just like bringing that experience to make you feel like bring it closer to you. So yeah, and it also drives the evolution of mobile technology and app functionalities. So yes, why should you come into mobile development? Literally, this is actually just why should you come into tech, or why should you consider tech really? because there's a lot, like, based on scientific research, based on scientific outcomes and everything. There's a lot, like, all these scientific researches and processes and outcomes needs to be, like, now implemented, right? So we need more people in tech to bring to life innovative solutions and also inventions, right? But and yeah, with tech you have, I mean, the preceding speakers have done justice to a lot of this part. You have opportunities to work remotely, you can freelance, and also, yes, as a mom in tech. By the way, I'm not a mom. I'm not married, never married, never born, never given birth before. So yeah, I just, like, try to envision what it looks like for my mom or something. So yeah, offers remote work and freelancing opportunities, ideal for balancing your work and personal life. Now, that means it gives you flexibility to actually handle, like, take care of things in the house, and also, like, be there for your family and also be there for your work as well. And yeah, it fosters creativity and innovation because you have a platform where you bring your ideas and like, you, because tech is an ever evolving like space, like we first said earlier. So you want to continue learning, like, now mobile development, there are new release every time. There's It was Android 13 last year, it's going to be Android 14 this year, so things are going to be increasing. Now it was iOS 17 this year. It's going to be iOS 18 later. So yeah, you want to be in the know. You don't want to, like, miss out or anything. So yeah, it gives you, that um that sense that, yes, I need to keep up with the tech trends, like, to, you don't exactly go into oblivion. If you are not exactly working with it, you might not feel the need to actually stay abreast of all these innovation advancements, technology advancements. But since you are involved in actually creating solutions, of course you want to, like, stay abreast of everything that is happening, and so that you can also give out solutions like you want to. Yes, when you create mobile apps, you have a larger reach because, yes, more people are mobile now. So you have a larger reach, and yeah, there's money, like they say. There's competitive salaries and benefits. And there's supportive community and mentorship opportunities. Like we first said, no, it was Okoyemi that said it. Communities, there's community for everything in tech, especially as a woman. It's even very pronounced. As a woman, you have community for every single thing. There's data science women, there's women in engineering, there's IPP women in engineering, there's this and that. So there's a lot of supportive communities that you can join. So if you want to, like, get started with mobile app development now, you I'll just, like, talk about the learning resources now. You can get courses on Udacity. Later, I'm going to share the links to some of the resources that I used to get started. Now, for me, when I started mobile app engineering, like it was read earlier, I started as a desktop app developer. Then I was writing Java. I built a couple of projects with Java. Well, really, I was using NetBeans then. NetBeans, yes, NetBeans IDE. It was I yeah, I found it fulfilling because it was like, oh, that was my introduction to programming. I love Java. Like, I'm passionate about Java right now. But yeah, also maybe later I'll still talk about, like, choosing your tools correctly. Choosing your tools correctly. Yes. And for learning. So for me, when I started, really, I started with learning Java. I went for a professional course, like Refe said. You can be in a classroom and learn how to actually program. So I went for a professional course, OCAJ. but I only went for the course. I didn't take the certification. So I didn't take the certification, but I did the course, and yeah, I learned a lot. That was where I seemingly started like building my own community. Then I didn't even know that there's like an online community or something, but I stayed in touch with the people that we learn together. So the people that we learn together, anytime I'm having issues with my program, I pick up my phone. Like these people are more learned than me, because most of the people that we learned together, they came for the certification. So they were already writing Java and they were literally doing well already. But I was a learner. I came to learn, not to get the certification per se. You understand? So I would reach out to them. Oh, this is the problem I'm trying to solve, and like that. Yeah, they will share me resources that point me to where I need to go. And if we can jump on a call, we're going to like walk through it together. So yeah, you can find learning resources online. You can go on Udacity, Coursera, Udemy, YouTube. Anyway, plural sites. So plural sites has really nice content, although it's very big also. But yeah, plural site works. I've used plural site before. Yeah, boot camps, you can go to free code camp. You can sign up on Android camp for Android developers, for people that would like to explore Android development. And yeah, you can learn from books. If you're that person that likes to read, yeah, you can learn from books. There are a lot of books. I just use this one as an example. So there are books out there that you can read. And yes, I've heard as well that you can learn better from books, because it's going to like break it down and really talk about the abstract, except unlike videos that want to shorten everything so that it doesn't look so bogus, right? So yeah, that's if you are good, if you are the person that likes to read books, fantastic. And if you are the person that prefers visuals, like watching someone do it before you do it, so you can go for online courses, video. And yes, you can do code labs. There are curated code labs for different things that you want to do on each platforms, both Android, iOS. There are code labs and you can learn from them. Also, most of these code labs, they are the basis for the certifications that come with them. If you already like know how they work and you are able to like harness your solving skills very well, yes, the going using the code labs and prepares you for the certifications per se. And yeah, so the tools you use for Android, mobile app development. So if it's Android, you use Android Studio. Android Studio is by Google. If it's iOS, you use Xcode. Xcode is by Apple, obviously. And if it's cross-platform, because like I said earlier, you can decide to build your app and then have it on the two platforms, so you don't have to write the code twice. So, you either write the code twice for different platforms, or you write it once and deploy it on the two platforms, or you can go no code, like Barak had said earlier. So yeah, so for VS Code, that's for cross platform, because you're using, okay, I think next slide you have the program languages. So for Android, program languages that you use is Kotlin, Java, XML, blah blah. Sorry, Kotlin slash Java. So Java is like the language that was used for, and in 20, I think it was 2018 now, if I'm not mistaken, Kotlin Kotlin was announced as the official language for Android. So Kotlin is backed by Google to be the official language for Android. And so I use Kotlin for Android now. And also for iOS, there's Objective C and there's Swift. Yes, we're going to be hearing a lot of programming languages. So there's Objective C and there's Swift. And for cross platform, if you're doing Flutter, you have to learn that. If you're doing React Native, you have to learn JavaScript. Now, I don't. It should not look too bogus or something. So all these programming language, there are things that you can actually learn bit by bit, right? You can learn them at your own pace, and also it depends, right? Depends on what's driving you. It depends on what you actually want to do, right? So you have frameworks, you have Compose for Android. Compose now is becoming a cross-platform. a cross-platform framework. It's written in Kotlin. Like you build Compose with Kotlin. I mean, you implement Compose with Kotlin. Yes, that's the right word. You implement Compose with Kotlin, and yeah, it's stable for Android, but they are enlarging for cross-platform to such that you don't have to write two codes for both platforms. Also, Swift UI is declarative as well. That means you don't have to, unlike this one where you have to write XML to build your build your UIs. Swift UI is declarative. I think I should have added more pictures. But yeah, React Native also for cross-platform. So let me quickly move to getting started. Like it has been said over and over again. It has been overflogged. I mean, it cannot be overemphasized. You join forums. I purposely join Slack channels for official, like Kotlin now. I am on their official Slack channel. So if you have any issues with anything, you can just go to any of the related channels on Slack to actually report your issues, and it's very amazing that people are always online to actually respond. So yeah, and also yeah, there are WhatsApp group. I'm in WhatsApp group for Android and iOS. So I know that there are WhatsApp groups for it, and also attend meetups if you have the time. I know that being a mom might be a lot more demanding, that you have to focus on other stuff. But yes, if you have the time and you can like create the time, you attend meetups and meet people. All right, building your portfolio. Um, so now said it that to get started, you have to um actually just know what you want first. You have to know what you want. You have to know why you're doing it. Rafael already mentioned why you're doing it, why you're doing what you want to do. It's not just about, yes, and Okoyemi to mention whatever it is that is your motivation. But then you have to know why you are doing what you are doing. This is not peculiar because you're going to be writing code. It's not everybody that is interested in writing code, right? But some people are actually interested in writing the code. So if you're not interested in writing code, it's fine. But if you are interested in writing code, you're welcome. And yeah, writing code is not hard relatively. Yes, that's just it's not hard relatively. It's just concepts and patterns, really. So yeah, uh, you building your portfolio. Now you can create utility apps. Now, when you talk about mobile app development, like breaking Okoyemi has talked about breaking into tech, so I really do not have much to say about that. And yeah, getting into tech now, and you have decided that it's mobile app engineering that I want to do, or mobile app development. Let's start from mobile app development. So you can start from, oh, I want to be a Flutter developer, I want to be a React Native developer, or you want to be an iOS developer, or just an Android developer, or just an iOS developer. Yes, it is okay. It is okay to hold on to your niche. It is okay, very okay to hold on to what it is that you want. You want to hold on to Android, fine. You want to hold on to iOS, fine. You want to combine the two, great. The most important thing is that you stay relevant, you stay on top of your game at every point in time as soon as you enter the market. You know why you're still building projects, it might not be so evident, but when you are in the industry already, you know that you have to like actually keep up, because if you remain in the same level for too long, it's going to really get frustrating, right? Um so yeah, that's what I would say. Create personal projects when you take that course. As your most of the courses, that if you are following a code lab or you're following an online course, though you most likely build a project. Why you're building that project, I have it down there that you should track and show your work. Why you're building those projects, don't keep it to yourself alone. Know how to use Git. Know how to use Git and GitHub. It could be GitLab, it could be Bitbucket. Just know how to use version control. Know how to use version control. What I mean by version control now, so that I don't sound ambiguous. What I mean by version control is that there's a place where as you're doing your work, you can actually log them in bits and also push it to the cloud, such that even if you have to change your laptop, or you have to move around, or you even have to invite some other people to come and work on the project with you, you don't have to start looking for flash drive up and down. And yes, when you had them in bits, it help you track your progress. Oh, this is what I've done today, this is what I'm doing now, this is what I'll be doing tomorrow. Or yes, it helps you show your past work actually as you have committed your work, and you can do that in bits as you move. So it doesn't have to be so big. It could be, oh yes, today I added a button to the screen, and then you commit it and send it to GitHub. That works. So yeah, create apps. When you are building those apps, make sure you are showing your work, track them and show your work. Like showing, having the visibility to yourself that yes, you're working, it's even enough motivation to go. Because on the line, along the line, with the way software engineering works, like you are just writing code, sometimes you don't see the results immediately. But then if you know that, oh yes, this bit of it that is supposed to print hello world, you have committed it. You say yes, yesterday I printed hello world, and today yes, I'm going to like be able to click button and make a balloon blow pop pump. You understand? So just track your progress and also show your work. Also for open source, if you open source is actually on a high level, right? But then there are beginners, what's it called, there are beginners tax too for open source. Open source is another topic on its own, and so I'll just like leave that to your curiosity. So yeah, open source, you can contribute to projects on GitHub. That's how you build your portfolio. And also you can gain practical experiences by freelancing, volunteering, and by doing internships. Yes, about that, I would explain. So when I started, right? Okay, I had started before, but when I started mobile engineering, like mobile apps development, before I became engineer, like the development, when I started mobile app development, I started with Android. I was using Java. So it was I and one of my previous colleague from my first what is it called now? My first class when I was learning Java. So I was because at the time he was already doing Android development, but I didn't know it was Android. I was just fascinated about, oh, I was seeing the house he was building on his tablet. I was not informed that he told me, but I didn't understand, right? So later when I started, that's when I now recall that yes, this is what this person has been doing. So I texted him like, oh, I got a new laptop and I want to start Android app development. By the way, when I started out, I actually wanted to be a back-end engineer because I really like to be in control from the back. So yeah, but then I'm like, if I do back-end now and I really do not have how to show people my work, how am I supposed to get out there on time? So that's how I started with Android instead, because I didn't really like web. I'm not really a fan of web HTML CSS, right? I know it, but I wasn't just it wasn't just appealing to me like that. So I wanted to go hard or go home. So but I decided to go hard, and I I texted him, and then he shared a design with me on Figma and said I should replicate that design on on in Android Studio. So I did that. He showed me how to like pick the buttons. He showed me how to do that. I I wanted to start using drag and drop. He said, "No, you can't learn. You can't learn the easy way." I'm like, "Why can't I learn the easy way?" He said, "Because when you need to now go back, maybe you need to like work on something that you need to go to the program. You might be clueless because you already learned from just dragging and dropping." Say, "Wow, nice." So, but since then I've never dragged and drop because it's now stressful for me to drag and drop. I just prefer to just write out the codes and do whatever it is that I want and just like add the commands to it on the fly. Yeah, so that was how I started. I did that, and luckily for me, COVID-19 came. When COVID-19 came, I joined an internship online, Start NG then. I joined that, I finished, I joined Google Developer Scholarship, GADS. I did that, finished it. I got a voucher, but I didn't use it. I also joined Student Build. So along the line in all those places, I was building projects. So for Start NG, I built a project. I built a farm vesting, like to link farmers and investors. For GADS, I built an education app to learn Python. Yes, to learn Python. For student build, yes, for student build, I improved what I did at GADS for student build. So I was just joining internships like that. But I know maybe mine because I'm still like very free. But yes, you can find one that is actually tailored because I can't even advise any mom to join Start Engine because that place is a race, survival of the fittest. But yes, but GADS is still more calm if you have to be committed to actually see it through because nobody is holding you for it. Yeah, and yeah, that was just part of me building my project. But along the line, so in Start Engine, I already learned how to use Git very well. So I was logging my progress, and at the time when I was going to transition into iOS development, this this company that was doing one thing. I had a Windows laptop, so I couldn't transmit into like I couldn't transition into iOS because I was using a Windows laptop. I would have to go through a lot of stress, marking cloud, I'll pay for that, or try to partition my laptop. I mean it's my hard drive. So I I didn't I could not do that, but I already took a course on Swift. I learned Swift already. So and another thing that I'm going to say from there is that be ready. So be ready, stay consistent, be ready, stay consistent. As a mom in tech, yes, while you're doing as a mom, while you're doing those things, I don't know how easy it is. But yes, I was just encouraged. Whatever it is, if you can just as the time that you have to maybe check on that social media, the time that you have to maybe check on a YouTube video and a home video on YouTube, you can use it to read up on something, you can use it to just like stay abreast, and you can use it to actually watch a coding session. You can watch it for the first time and watch the second time. So it's in your head to actually try that thing out. Also, yeah. So gain practical experiences and build your portfolio. Gain practical experience and build your portfolio. Now I was talking about how that really helped me. So at the time when I needed to get something, these people were looking for people that have actually been working, like have a track record. Even though I don't have any life app, I don't have anything, but they could track my progress on GitHub. So I was logging in, they could track my progress on GitHub, and they were able to find me on LinkedIn too. So it was easy for them to say, okay, yes, this person is qualified for this machine that we are going to be giving out. And that was how I started my high res because I was given a MacBook. So I started my high res journey from there. So balancing life and learning, have a clear goal. Like we have said, have a clear goal. Know what you actually want to do and run with it. Have a clear goal, state it clearly, and also dedicate consistent learning time. Even if it's just 1 hour, I've said that before. Dedicate that consistent learning time. It might be hard, but find an accountability partner that can hold you accountable for it. Have you done your 1 hour today? Have you done it? And also find support system, your family, your friends, um, online communities. It's not everybody that their family supports because some people it's still vague to them what it means to be in tech or to be a programmer or it is to be a developer. So if you have a family like that or friends like that, just find an online community. And like there are a number of speakers that have spoken today, connect with people, like have a mentor, someone that might not be even a mentor per se, but yeah, it's very good to have a mentor. I have mentors for different areas of tech per se. I have a mentor for when it comes to architects, like engineering and enterprise architect. I have a mentor when it comes to Android. I know that if I'm facing any issue here, this is the person I go to. I text, oh, yes, this is what I am having, this is what I'm trying out, oh, this is what I've done, and all that. So it's easy with when you have a support system. It is actually very easy. And that's why I call myself a lazy developer, because if I'm going to do my part, because I'm a problem solver. Basically, I'm a problem solver and I'm an excellent person. That's my affirmation. I'm an excellent person. Whatever product I'm going to build, whatever thing I'm going to do, it has to be excellent. If it's not excellent, just count me out. If the project does not align with my goal, does not align with my purpose, no matter how much you want to put on the table, I'm not doing. I didn't start coding because of money. I didn't even know there was money in coding. I just started coding because I really loved engineering, and I was like, oh, I could actually solve a problem without having to lift spanner and all those stuff. I could just solve the problem with my device and it will affect a lot of lives. So yeah, that was my own drive into tech. Yeah, manage your time and also find support system. Now, what do you run with? Because the going might get really overwhelming, the going might get really stressful. There might be a lot, there might be a lot, there might be a lot that you need to do. So make the vision plain, stay updated. I've said this before, stay updated, learn new things. Like if you're starting out, make sure that you learn Git actually. It is very important. Git and GitHub. Attend workshops, network with developers, and engage in hackathons for new opportunities. Very importantly, please prioritize self-care to avoid burnout, because if you do not take care of yourself and you 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 have to think about your family, you have to think about a lot of stuff, you might get overwhelmed and you might get burnt out. And if it's only by the grace of God or by a very strong passion that you hold on to that tech career, or hold on to that conviction that you're running with. So yes, um prioritize self-care and also like manage your time. So yeah, I just want to say that breaking into global development as a woman, especially as a wife and a mom, is still possible with dedication, um, and surrounding yourself with the circle that will actually help you. Yes, that will supply you with resources and support. Now, set your goals, believe in yourself, stay curious, and keep pushing forward. Thank you. Your questions? Are there questions? Let me see. Okay. In the absence of no questions, I have some useful links here that I could share. If you're interested in learning Kotlin or doing Android, I also have some I could share for um, iOS as well. So you can just like reach out to me, and I would I would be glad to share that. Yeah, thank you for listening.
All right. Bukumi, thank you so much for your time. She took us through mobile development and our journey through tech. And I'm sure anyone that wants to get into go into mobile development and stuff related to it will kindly reach you. We've dropped our LinkedIn link into the chat. We can always go there. Then also Oriofe Koyejo has dropped she dropped a slide for the cybersecurity. If you want to download it, we can go to the comment section now to download we can download the slide in the comment section. We drop it there. And as soon as some of our speakers do and drop their own too, we will drop it in the comment section. So we are at the end. This is the last person that will be speaking. We are almost thank you for sticking with us through. Yeah, that's the word. Thank you for sticking with us. Adiola Akinola, Fasanya, Cecilia, Oluwabusayo, Gift. Thank you for your time. Thank you for Abiola Absalam. Thank you so much for staying with us. And our speakers that are still here, thank you so much for staying with us till the end. Our last speaker, Omolola Adewoye. Our last speaker, Omolola Adewoye. She's around. With over 5 years of experience in the tech industry, Omolola has established herself as a skilled software engineer and dedicated mentor. She has worked across various sectors, including fintech, where she currently excels. As a co-founder of an agri-tech startup, she has demonstrated her entrepreneurial spirit and passion for innovation. As a mother and a tutor, Omolola understands the importance of empowering women in tech and is committed to sharing her knowledge and experience with others. She is a strong advocate for diversity and inclusion in the industry and is dedicated to helping women transition into web development and software engineering careers, among other things. Welcome. Welcome, Omolola Adewoye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kindly confirm you can hear me and that you can see my son. Thank you, Tosin. It's good to be here and thanks for your patience. Okay, my name is Omolola and yeah, a quick introduction about me has been read and I would not want to waste our time. I would just want to say, as said in the introduction, I'm particular about diversity. And that means I'm interested in learning different things. I'm interested in doing quite a lot of things. I'll be speaking on I'll be talking about the bridging gap for women in tech and emphasizing more on breaking into web development and software engineering. So I'll be starting with breaking into web development. The truth is, I always believe this, that anyone can learn anything at any time with the right guidance. And so far, all the mentors, or rather all the speakers that have spoken from the beginning of the session has made us to realize that we can learn anything at any time, whether we're single, we're married, we have children, and the likes. And we have learned a lot from the first speaker even down to Bukumi, that was the last speaker. So learning, coming into web development, the truth is we have to understand I call it the skeletal system of the web. And the first thing you want to understand is that the basic language of the web is HTML. And HTML is just like the structure and the content that goes into the web. What you can see when you type in your www. The name of whatever you want to search for, .com, .org, .ng, as the case may be. Whatever pops up to you that you see that is rendered on the web, that is an aspect that you are coming into. Most of the time, we see it as website, some see it as web app and things like that, depending on how it has been built. So for you to come into that sector, you need to understand the structure of the web. You need to understand that not only does the structure apply, you also need to understand the styling and the layout, and then you also need to understand the functionalities and the interaction. And that is why I said you need to learn the basics. And learning the basics is that you need to learn HTML, you need to learn CSS, you need to learn JavaScript. You are not a web developer if you don't know the basics of this thing. Now, learning the basics of this thing now helps you to now build on top of, build with frameworks that comes with it. You have different frameworks like React, you have different frameworks, you have Angular, you have Vue, you have Next.js, as many as possible that you can see online. They all are part of what you use to build the web. Now, aside learning different frameworks, aside learning the basics, you also need to understand that you build projects. A lot of speakers have spoken about it. You need to keep building projects. You start with something small. The truth is, we all want to do something very big. We all want to be, build something very sophisticated, but you cannot build a skyscraper without laying the foundation. So you have to start with small projects. Like, okay, today I saw that, considering that I have an audience of women in tech, I saw that today I have difficulty going to the market, remembering all the items I want to buy in the market, or remembering all the tasks I had scheduled for the day. You might want to build a small project around to-do list. And to-do list does not have to be completed in one sitting. You can build today, you build tomorrow. Then you discovered, sometimes the weather changes. I don't know how to read the weather. You might want to connect and build a weather app. You might want to build a personal website for yourself. Like, you have a lot of things. One of our speakers spoke about prioritizing yourself. So you might want to look at it that, okay, there are so many things that come to me daily. I think of a lot of things. I'm juggling being a mother, being in tech. I'm juggling doing this, doing that, being a wife, and all sorts. Or whether I'm not even married, but I have a lot of things I'm doing. You might want to put down something. Prior to now, a lot of people will write in journals. And book is very good, but you might want to explore and say, okay, why not I build a blog for myself? Why not I build a personal project that enables me to, put down things I'm thinking and all of that. Then the last speaker spoke about contributing to open source project. You don't have to necessarily have the entire application built out. You might just see something online and think, I can add my own opinion to this. You build on it. And that is why for some of the frameworks that are being used, especially for web, you have something they call NuGet packages. A lot of people have contributed to build on the NuGet packages that users now install on their system to perform certain actions on the web. A lot of people have contributed to libraries that we now use. Prior to now, you will have to write like a whole bunch of code to perform a simple action. But now you have people who integrate, for instance, you integrate with Google Map to get location of people on the web. It was prior to now, it was very easy to do on mobile apps, but now the web app allows you to access people's location by the result of somebody building a library for you to use. Now, moving on, from beginner to pro, tips for transitioning into software engineering. I've spoken about the aspect of web development. As a caveat, or as a disclaimer as it may be, everything I'm saying here is not all that is to it. There are several other things to it. I'm just trying to should we use the word, whet our appetite. Now you want to move into software engineering. You want to learn things like data structure. Yeah, that's learning the fundamentals. You want to learn data structures and algorithms. In fact, even AIs, you use algorithms in AIs as well. You want to learn data structure. You want to know different data structures that are and how they are being used. You want to learn things like arrays, the difference between arrays and lists. You want to learn stacks. You want to learn queues. These are just some things you can learn about data structures and algorithms. Algorithms, by the way, is just a step-by-step of how you want to approach something. Like you want to cook rice, this is how it's going to be from beginning to when the food is done. You want to learn that. Then you want to learn your time complexity and memory management. You want to learn about catch, that is learning fundamentals. You also want to join online communities. Online communities, you want to network with people so that you can also get support from people. You can also offer your support to people. I spoke about contributing to open source projects earlier on. You might want to have a GitHub profile. You might want to have GitHub contributions. You might want to join Stack Overflow. You might want to join Women Who Code Like a Girl. Even you might want to join Learning Tech and More. That's the parent of MOMINTECH Global organizing this event, and then you get to learn a lot more of it. Now, what are the programming languages that you might want to learn? For every aspect of tech, you have your tools, you have what you use for it. The mobile app developer earlier on explained to us some of the things you might want to learn to be a good mobile app developer. It will interest you that being a mobile app developer, aside learning Android, Kotlin, Java, you might also want to learn C# to be with Xamarin. Xamarin is also a mobile app framework. You might want to learn C# to build with Xamarin. You might want to learn Python. You might want to learn Java. You might want to learn Ruby's or Rails for those that want to do data science and so many other things. You might want to learn several other programming languages. But the most important thing is that as you are learning these programming languages, remember that you are building with data structures and algorithms in mind, because the truth is, as a software engineer, you are going to also be interacting with data. You are going to be interacting with the server at some point, and then you are building what powers the web. Okay, now this is an aspect that I feel we all are faced at one point or the other. That's imposter syndrome in tech. I've been a software engineer, I'm a web developer, I'm a backend developer, I'm an Android developer, and several other things that you might be. At some point, you get so overwhelmed, and then you begin to feel like I'm not enough because I'm a woman. You begin to feel like, oh, there's this part of me that feels, oh, I've not done this. I don't know how to do this. It's imposter syndrome. You feel like you have an accomplishment today, and then you feel like maybe it's just because I'm a woman. That's why they're not pushing me hard, you know? So you have several evidence of you are competent, you know, you are actually doing the work. But some other thing, just feel like, I don't really think I belong to software development. I don't really think I belong to mobile app development. I don't really think I belong to any of this field. I don't think I'm called out for tech at all. The truth is, you are not alone. You are not alone. It happens to the best of us. So what is the option? Seek support. Share your feelings with others. Share your feelings with the likes of Okome, Oriofe, and several other people that have spoken. Share your feelings with community. Focus on your strengths. You want to focus on your strength. I'm good with front-end development. Let me focus on front-end development. I'm very good with anything that relates to back-end development. Let me focus on back-end development. And then celebrate your achievements. You want to celebrate your achievements. Like one of the speakers earlier spoke about you setting a goal. So maybe probably this year you have set a goal that you want to join communities, you want to be part of conferences. MOMINTECH Global is a conference that you have joined today. You might want to celebrate that achievement, that, oh, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from the speakers. I'm celebrating this achievement. And when you feel so overwhelmed, you might want to look at this TED Talk by Amikodi. It's on YouTube. You might want to look at it and see what she said about being an imposter, or having an imposter syndrome. Okay. So how do I build a successful career in tech? I'm just going to say something and then I'll give a background story of myself. You need to just have this continuous learning. One of the speakers earlier said something that you are celebrated because of your consistency. You want to stay up to date with industry trends. Now AI is like the order of the day, and it's looking like, as a software engineer, is my job saved? The question shouldn't be, is my job saved? But the question should be, how can AI assist me in my job? You get, learn new technologies and frameworks. Yeah, I love to learn a lot. At the moment, I'm currently taking a course around mobile app development to upskill myself. And at the same time, I'm working with some AI tools at the moment. I love to learn technology. I love to learn a lot. Attend conferences and workshops. Attend industry events and meetups. You want to meet physically with people, let people know, oh, you have these people that are also feeling what I'm feeling as well. You want to find a mentor, that's the truth. You want to find a mentor or a coach, as the case may be. Because truth is, we'll be saying that you can learn on YouTube. But I've discovered that YouTube, Google, and every other learning platform has quite a lot of learning materials. And if you don't know what to learn, you will learn what you shouldn't be learning. Then you become, there's a word we use in development, method overloading. You overload yourself with so many things that you are not even using. So you want to find a mentor and a coach that is relevant to you. You also want to join online communities and forums. I left a space in between that is to talk about my journey. I actually started out, I started out in quotes to be a medical doctor. Yeah, I was supposed to be a medical doctor, and I passed my JAM. I got into school and all of that. I got admission rather to study medicine. But then I actually don't like medicine. I don't like medicine. So I knew that I can pass if it has to do with reading. I can pass, I could have passed the course and all of that. But when it comes to practicals, I wouldn't be able to do anything. So I had to go in for another year, and that is computer science. And it will be interesting that entering into school as a computer science student did not actually mean that I knew what computer science is all about. I didn't even know anything about it. That's the truth. I just wanted anything outside of medicine. It was along the line I started learning how to code, how to do some things. I didn't even know that coding can fetch you money. But then I started working after my YC, and then as a single, I was doing okay, balanced. Then I got married, and my place of work had to give me options of either remaining in a particular location or resigning. And then I went forward with resigning because I couldn't match the two. I couldn't just be in a location and my husband in another location. So I had to move. And then I became out of job. So later on, I started doing freelancing work and some other jobs like that, also in tech. And then I became pregnant and I had to juggle work with pregnancy. And then I gave birth. Now, giving birth, the company that I was working with before and I had to resign put a call through to me. And this time around, I wasn't talking as a learner again because, of course, I'd learned, I'd built a lot of projects, I've been exposed. Remember, I started with you need to build a lot of projects. I've been exposed to a lot of things in the industries. So now, in quotes, I knew my words. So I could negotiate. And I was able to do that. And now I've risen, at least to some extent, in my career ladder. So managing work and managing my home, it has actually been given to us by the first speaker, Yolo Efeso. But I'm talking about navigating the tech industry as a woman, the challenges and the opportunities that you would face there. I'm breaking down the barriers. That is the gender bias and the stereotypes. The gender bias in that you feel the industry tells you as a woman, there are limits to what you can do. As a woman, especially when you get pregnant or when you give birth or whatever it is, there is this gender bias and stereotypes to women are, in quotes, not as good as men. So you would want to show your competence. And that means that you must have learned a lot of basic things that now you are more like an authority. Some few days ago, one of my colleagues threw a question to me. And after replying, helping him to solve that problem, my boss sent a chat just like to lighten up the mood and said, is there any error Omolola has not solved? It was interesting because at that point I felt like, wow, so that means I've actually seen a lot of bugs in this field that has made me now, when you throw me a question and I'm seeing what the caption is, I already know what your error is and where the error is coming from. That's because I've built a lot of projects over time I've learned the basics, I've faced errors. So embracing the errors, that's we call it bugs, embracing the bugs in programming, embracing the bugs in software development helps you to move better and helps you to gather experience. Lack of representation and visibility. The truth is, the statistics have been read to us earlier on. We lack visibility and we lack representation. The percentage of women in tech to men in tech is very low. Then work-life balance and family responsibilities. These are barriers to us. So what are the opportunities? Now we have growing demands for diverse talents. So if you can be a software developer, you are building the software that powers all these engines, you are in demand. You are in demand. Increased focus on inclusion and diversity. Now there is this agitation for women to be included in this, and then we positioning ourselves to be part of the beneficiaries of this makes us see, oh, this is an opportunity. It is no longer a threat to me. It is no longer a barrier. Then we have mentorships, we have scholarships, we have funding opportunities that we might want to explore. If you have any question for me on how to transition into tech, or you feel, oh, you are learning web development and you're stuck, you don't know what to learn, you don't know which framework to go with, I'm your go-to person. You can always reach me at any point in time. You want to be a back-end developer, I'm a core back-end engineer. I've been in the space, I've worked as a fintech developer, e-commerce, agri-tech, healthcare, and several other sectors. If you have any question, you can ask me. Thank you.
All right. If we have any question, like she said, please ask. And let me chip this in that looking at their stories, everyone that has been sharing their stories, especially as speakers, I come to a realization that everyone will have their story. That's just it. Different stories, and we are expecting you, our listeners, to come back in a year or next year when we organize Global 2024, that you'll be ready to tell us your story of how you transitioned into tech. And we hope you will include us as part of your story too. So someone said I was learning web development, but that's JavaScript want to injure me. I just packed it one side. It's fine. It's fine. JavaScript is not for the weak. It's one nonsense language. That's how I describe it. Okay, Esther Iyanu, do you have a question?
Yeah,
You
some
are
people have
raising
their
your-
hands up.
Please, if you have Esther Iyanu, you can unmute yourself to ask your question, please.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me, ma?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask questions. Thanks so much for organizing the space. I came late. I wasn't even aware. It was a friend that sent it to my DM. I was like, ooh, let me come online because I'm also a woman in tech. And it's really a great opportunity. I've been learning. And I have a question for the last speaker. I'm a software engineer. I started in 2020, but looking back and taking track of my tech career, I realized that I'm not progressing. I'm not having anything doing. One, I'll blame myself because I'm not executing any project or any. Yes, I'm not in any project, like, but I'm in communities. But one thing I want to ask now is that how can I take track? How can I be able to realize that yes, I'm making progress in my tech career, avoiding imposter syndrome? Thank God she mentioned that, because that has always been one of my fears in tech, having this imposter syndrome. And I'll be so ashamed to say that yes, I'm a software developer with front end at that. So how can we help ourselves? Like, how can we take track of progress as a software developer, and how can I make great achievements in this field? Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, Omolola Adewoye, please, can you answer that question, please?
All right. Thank you. So the truth is, I feel that sometimes, I mentioned earlier on that, please confirm that you can hear me. Okay, so earlier on, I mentioned that imposter syndrome is very real. And how can we keep track of our achievements? How can we know we're even progressing at all? I will be sincere. I will be practical as well. I don't write code every day. That is the truth, because I have a lot of responsibilities on me. So what I do is, I've done a lot of projects in the past. And on days when I feel like I'm not doing anything with my life, as the case may be, I'm reminded of the successes of the projects I've done in the past. I gave an instance of what my colleague said some few days ago. You know, the truth is the error that was said, that was thrown at me, is something that I've faced consistently, not in the company I work for, but because I built personal projects on it and I faced that error. So it means that you want to know, you want to keep track of what you are doing. You want to be sure, oh, I'm achieving this thing. I'm not static. I'm not stagnant. Consistency is key as well. And consistency does not necessarily mean you have to write code 247 in a day. It is not practical. But you need to push yourself to be consistent. And then look at the project. Like I said earlier on, we want to build skyscraper. The skyscraper will not appear at once. So you want to just mold the blocks one after the other. If the idea coming to your head today is to build an hospital management system, you don't have to complete that hospital management system. Start building it, put it on your GitHub. You can make it public so that even if you don't complete the application, you have people that are always interested in contributing to open source projects. They might want to also assist you in it. So it boils down to consistency, building projects, and cutting yourself some slack. That's the truth. You want to take some candy as much as you want to get your ends dirty. By the way, the candy is not literal candy, but you want to cut yourself some slack. You want to tell yourself that I say something. One part of my mantra is beyond all odds. I'm making sure that I am better than yesterday, and I am in no competition with anybody, just myself of yesterday. So if I was good yesterday and today I'm facing an error, I see that I want to learn more. And then another thing that comes to me is that because I've experienced so many errors, so to say, in the back-end development, it now feels like I am overloaded. So that is why I now learn new technologies. So the new technologies keep me in check that, oh, I am still a beginner. So it's not like a circle that I keep going through from beginner to expert back to beginners again. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks so much, ma'am.
All right, Abiola Abdusalam, please. Please ask your question now.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me hold. I'm sorry for the background noise. Please. So my question is, the person that asked the question earlier, that's part of what I wanted to ask. But then I checked through your profile now, and I saw that you started out as a front-end developer before moving into back-end. Now, how were you able to know, like, okay, I'm done with front end, I want to switch to back end, one. And two, were you already working with the front end before you switch? What I mean is that were you earning as a front end developer before you switch to a back end developer? Now, the reason for my question is, at times, building projects like, okay, styling and all that, so all this CSS stuff, it might be overwhelming for me at times. But most times I discover that maybe whenever I'm doing solving problems in maybe data structure, algorithms, working with arrays and stuff like that, I find it more fascinating. So I was talking with someone sometimes like, and the person was like, why don't you just venture into backend since you are more fascinated by solving problems rather than just building things that have to do with design, like the front end stuff. So I was like, at this point, it will be like me just starting from scratch. I haven't even started any with the front end. I can't say I am an expert yet. So now me just dropping that just because I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So I want to know, like, how can you How can you be so sure that, okay, I think backend is for me and not frontend? And then is it wise to, at this stage, just drop, okay, what I have learned already and switch to backend all over again? So that's my question.
All right. Please confirm you can hear me. Okay.
Yes, I
So,
can. I can hear you.
actually, I started out as a backend, not even as a backend developer as it were. I started out as a C# developer. Yes, that is where I started my career. I started out as a C# developer, and that was for my project at my BSc level, where I built a cultural repository system for Yoruba culture, to be precise. But then I didn't even know what I was doing. And when I got into the industry, I learned both the front end and the back end. And then I knew I needed money because I had responsibilities that I needed to cater for. And front end seemed like the fastest for me to get money. So I had to venture into front end development. So I learned how to do front end, and I started getting some gigs as a front end person. But I still stuck with my back end. I was still doing my back end. And at the moment, I am a full stack developer. So what I do is, in the company I work for at the moment, I'm employed as a backend developer. But if we have any challenge at the front end, or we have a DevOps problem that is looking like big, so to say, they end up calling me to do it. So I am not still far from front end. I am not far from DevOps. But I would say, if you feel front end, you are not enjoying it. As a person, personally, I am not good with colors. That is the truth. But I do front end because, sometimes if your passion is not motivating you, some things will motivate you. So let's say what motivated me into front end helped me to work on design. But if you ask me to pick colors, I may not be able to pick colors for you. But if you ask me to come and work on a project for front end, I can combine this, I can style it for you very well. But then I realized I'm not good with colors, I'm not good with visuals, so to say. Like you said, I love algorithms, I love arrays, I love seeing black screens. So I went back to my first love. So it is not too late. I said it before in my slide, that anybody can learn anything at any time with the right guidance. So it is not too late. If you feel you are not coping with front end, you don't like it, you can switch. It doesn't mean that you won't get jobs. In fact, I work as a C# developer. C# development, you hardly see jobs in quotes for .NET developers as much as you would see for Python, Java, and things like that. That was one of my fears going into backend. But my mentor told me that there are jobs, and I believed him, and I've been seeing jobs. So it's not too late for you to go back into it if you really want to do backend development. It's not that you are dropping it entirely. It only means that as you progress, you end up becoming a full stack developer. So you have understanding in the front end, you have understanding at the back end, then you can major in one and minor in the other one. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, and with that, we've come to the end of the event. Thank you so much for coming out to for coming out to like at least attend, and I hope you learned something. Please, if you have any question, you can message our speakers on profile on LinkedIn. We've created their links. They are available in the comment section, and also follow MOMINTECHGLOBAL on IG. Follow us on IG. If you have any question, you can enter a DM on IG and we will respond promptly. Okay, so Oluwabusayo, definitely, if the other speakers drop theirs, we'll find a way for us to get it over to the community. All right, so I'll pass it to Teresa Oyebode to give us the closing remark.
Okay. Good afternoon once again, everybody. Thank you very much for staying to this point. And even people that have left, I really do understand. It's been a long time coming since 10 a.m. till now. We truly appreciate you, myself and Lola. I don't know if Lola wants to say something to just, say hi to you guys, because we are both organizers of this program, but we are grateful for your time. Connect with us on Instagram so that you easily get to notified if we have any event coming, which we will actually do. So thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend. Make sure everything you've taken from here, don't take them for granted. They are great lessons that I've learned personally, and I believe I'm going to use. So see you at the top of your career. See you doing well in life. See you as a woman, as a mother, whatever it is that you career path you want to build based on what you've learned today. I believe you excel, and I pray that you do. In Jesus' name, amen. So, bye, guys. Omolola, do you have something to say before we go?
Hello, everyone. It's good to have you all here. I hope you have enjoyed your time with us. Follow Mom in Tech Global on Instagram. Reach out to Mom in Tech Global. Follow Learning Tech and More. Follow Learning Tech and More. For you, if you are transitioning into tech, or you are stuck, or you feel like you need mentorship and all that, you can follow Learning Tech and More, Mom in Tech Global, and I'm sure you are connected to the right community. Thank you for joining us once again. We really appreciate you.
Bye, guys. Bye. Thank you for your comments. Please help us to put comments on Instagram, on LinkedIn when you post, tag us, use the hashtag. Yeah, so that we'll get encouragement. Thank you. Bye.